Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and we're doing Angry Coach. Enough people still play Starcraft and not real games like Age of Empires, Star Wars Squadrons, or League of Legends. So apparently, we're still doing Angry Coach, because you'll still pay me. So I'm excited to bring you some new and familiar faces in a hopefully quick, hopefully not actually marathon-length, Angry Coach. Only a handful of replays, but I'm sure there's plenty of room for shame. We've got Kybrit, who apparently is E-famous because he has money, and I mean, I guess that's about it. But Angry Coach. And just an aside, we actually are going to have regular Coach at some point this month. If you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be up there. Just search it. Actually search on the channel. It'll probably be on the Learn to Play StarCraft playlist. Yes, they paid $200 for an hour. We will see. But now let's see the people who are here for their 15 minutes of shame, as opposed to actually learning how to play. Thank you, Angry Coach. It is, to start things off, Revenite, who's a gold Protoss. So extra shame already as we begin. Gold Protoss, well known for their ability to say things that they should be doing while simultaneously not doing them. And also for having a lot of disposable income but not IQ points. We will see. I think I'm gonna have the, Wait, does he win this game? I forgot how to do it! He wins this game. I just picked the first one. That's not how this works! It's been a week, Winter. Did you forget everything? Apparently. You don't just pick the first one. We gotta hand pick. Like, we're very specifical here. Strike one to me. Okay. We'll just keep track. And I get 3 strikes, I give subs to the chat. But we have a 1-second game where Revenite decided to leave. And if you'd like to give us context on that, because otherwise he won almost every game. So, phone call. Against the only player with a diamond border that you played? Okay. Alright. Let's see. Here we finally find a loss. TVT. Been having a pretty good streak here. You know what? I don't know why I'm feeling generous. But actually, no. These are so many TVTs. I'm not even going to get into TVT. Wow. I guess we'll go to the second. That's all the replays. That's it. Okay. We'll go to the match against Master Uguay. Holy mother of fuck. Revenite, if you had to pick something out, is there anything that stands out to you here? Particularly. Supply blocks, yes. Only supply blocked for 2 minutes. Wait, 2 minutes? Out of a 12-minute game, which is a percentage that is too fucking high. Let's see the context. Who knows? Maybe there was a lot of intense pressure, and both sides were losing supply buildings and constantly trying to keep up. I'm sure that was it, right? I'll try to remember. So this is your last game, and it was played 2 days ago. So if you can't remember, I think you have bigger problems, and I'm not sure how well coaching will work for you in any way, shape, or form. He goes Zerglings. Okay, he goes Zerglings. That's a bold call. Okay. Believe it or not, I think he... Winter, you know what I meant. He makes a lot of Zerglings. We'll be the judge of that. So far, the build, fine. So much so that I will speed up a little. Which is a good sign. Uh-oh, first moment. We're scouting, spawning pool. Where did the probe go? We're supposed to send a probe down. Close enough. You know what? I'll actually give it a close enough. Oh, not a close enough. Like, come on. A nexus, and then... Let's think one step ahead. One step. What could it be? A nexus, and then... A pylon. No, not a pylon! Not a pylon! It's not a pylon! Warp gate. No! Cybercore. Yes. Like, directly after the nexus. You shouldn't... No! Fuck! Okay. Well. Jimmy! Get the thing! No, I think we need to change our sound. This isn't the right sound channel! Yes, we have a whole thing for it now. Okay, it works. Where were we? A lot of people, like the takeaway, like, if your takeaway from the second pylon rap is, the rap. I'm not a rapper. Is that I need to build a second pylon. Technically correct, but you missed a lot, my friend. 14 pylon, 16 probe, chrono boost, build a gate, scout with the probe, 17 assimilator, 2 more probes, 19 probe can go down the ramp. If he's already there, build a cyber core instead. Now 21 gas, 21 pylon, 22 if you won't forget, but you will forget, so stop. I guess it's not explicitly that you're supposed to build it. It doesn't explicitly say build a cyber on 20, but it's pretty fucking implied. Like, you don't just skip the cyber core. Round. On the other side, does he have a gas? Yes, then you need maybe 2 build units. But if he has a Rex and just 1 gas, you're fine. This works for any Nexus first. Freaking out. Or 1 gate expand. Second pylon? You need a pylon. You are platinum. Do you want to be diamond? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Build a second pylon. Where's your second pylon? You need a second pylon. Build a second pylon. I think the video is getting fed twice. There's a small echo. Should be fine now. You mean the audio? I don't think there are many visual... there might be, actually. Who knows? So, yeah, the build is wrong. Like, come on. There's, like, only 4 buildings. This isn't Age of Empires where each individual worker has, like, its next 4 days planned out ahead of it for the first 5 minutes. No. It's Pylon, it's Gateway, it's Assimilator, it's Nexus, and then it's Cybercore. And then a second Pylon. When I spell it out like that, it sounds like a lot, I guess. And my favorite is the amnesia probes. This is indicative of a player And now I reference your own match history, my friend. Like, this is the sad part. This is how we know it's a habit. Because you have played not a small amount. You've played like a dozen games in 2 days. And you still don't remember that a cybercore needs to exist. So that means, very likely, in every single one of these fucking games, you had to just have the epiphany that a cybercore was something you need after you already should have gotten it. You need to fucking fix that. I am used to having to go gate, cyber, gate, start. That's like maybe PvP? No, wait, what? No, gate, cyber, gate is not fucking right. No, that's no.
Donation confirmed.
That's not
my profile.
No.
Like
there's almost zero scenarios in which you should be doing that. Maybe against like a 12 pool. Gate cyber gate is just like gate core. You might be like, I meant 2 gates and then a core. I don't fucking think you know what the fuck you meant. Okay, there is a legitimate time for gate cyber core. I should just let things play out? No, I like the context is helpful. The context really gives me an understanding of the depth of your incompetence. And right now, like, I can't afford the sort of submersible, whether it's on submarine or otherwise, to really explore those depths without you helping me out. Somebody get James Cameron on the phone. Double gate is pretty standard for defensive play. No, he was more specific. In double gate, you go gate, core. Because a gateway takes longer than a core to build, so that way by the time the core finishes, you can build out of both gates. When you go gate, core, gate, what you've done is you have a gateway that finishes when warp gate is halfway done, and if you even build a unit, it's probably either too late or useless. So it's just a less efficient way and a better way of me understanding that he does not understand. And I love the probes going back and forth. I'm excited to find out what we're going to build next. Let's do a test. Revenite. What is this probe doing? What's the probe for? Because one step at a time. We'll just let him answer that first. Second gate. Alright, that's fucking stupid. Why is it a second gate? I gave it all away. Why? This is a wall. This is actually how you wall this, by the way, on this map. That's fine. To complete the... One, you should be able to wall off with 2 buildings on this map. And 2, I'm pretty sure you have. But 3, why does it need to be a gate? That... Okay, next question. Why do you need to wall right now? Why do you need to wall right now? Zerglings are coming. You saw the spawning pool start! You saw he went for a hatchery. Oh, were you not using your fucking eyes? I saw you micro the probe. You looked at it with what we can only assume are your eyes. You saw that he was doing a hatchery first, which is the most economical... Yeah, you might be like, well, he's making a baneling nest now. Yeah, that's because he's fucking terrible. He doesn't even have any Zerglings or Queens. He's just stupid. You know how you start, like, the best counter to stupidity is a stable ability to just have, we'll have a baseline game plan. Most builds are designed around eventually he has Zerglings. You think Cyril didn't think at some point? Like, or not Cyril. You think Neeb was like, well, who knows when those Zerglings are gonna fucking pop out? Might as well wall off my whole base. I didn't need minerals for probes. No! A gate expand is designed to have a wall. Well, if you did a gate expand, which you didn't. Not really. It's not like you've come up with the solution to Zerglings. You're just wasting more money that could be used on actually countering the Zerglings. Let's do a hypothetical here. Let's say the Zergling... Now you're like, I didn't actually scout. I scouted because that's what all the guides say. When I looked in his base and I saw a spawning pool start, what I saw was a finished spawning pool with 6 Zerglings about to come out of it. And that's fair. That's fair. Because we both know that's what you saw. But at the end of the day, your build is shit because you're dumb and panicking. Is it clipping? Dude, relax, bro! Relax! Relax! Blackstar2812, what's the title of the stream? Long story short, make units. No, that's not the story. That's not the story. Shut the fuck up, Twitch chat. Don't come chiming in and kicking him while he's down. You could have just as, if you had the ability to actually make disposable income and not be an incompetent buffoon sitting on Twitch chat all fucking night, maybe you could have the opportunity to get kicked by me as well and have someone tell me to relax. But no, you're sitting there in your spot and I'm here in mine. So be careful when you recommend things and your interpretation, because by its very nature, it's almost certainly wrong. Revenite, the wall off on this map is kind of fucky. You can actually wall it off with 2 buildings, but usually what you want, and this isn't going into advanced walling, is gate, core, gate. And then there's usually a gap there. On most maps that aren't Death Aura is actually an exception because the wall is smaller. That's how it goes. The summary is, you don't need to build units. He had a pool at a normal fucking time. You can wait for the Cybercore to finish, build an Adept, and then build another Adept, and then by that time, the Zerglings could be here. Like, the normal... Well. The Cybercore was late. So, that doesn't help. If you make a habit out of your Cybercore being late, Zerglings might get in even though you're doing a standard build, because your Cybercore is just like 30 seconds late. Oh yes, the classic, like, I guess I'm gonna be supply blocked because I completely forgot about my Nexus pylon. Good, good. The Nexus counts as 2 pylons. On its own. But you're like, but Winter, I need a pylon in my main to build my tech. Yeah, you do, don't you? If only we could have found that pylon somewhere in the build. There are going to be a lot of factorial pylons. Factorial.
Factorial.
That's not what I meant. The product of an integer relating to a factor factor... I don't think that word means what you think it means. Did he... Factorio? No, he said factorial, not factorio. And it was like... It wasn't like a slight misspelling. It was the word factorial, not fact... I know what factorio is. It's the game even worse for backseating than this one. You need to stop. I mean, like, this isn't an unreasonable timing, but obviously habits are being created. So yeah, that is a wall with the Adept, by the way, on this map. It's not perfect. I think the gate needs to be a little further up, but... Is the tech late? At least he got any. So the first, when you want to get tech is when you have the gas for it. The next best time is whenever the fuck you remember you're supposed to get tech. Which is when he got it. Okay, so he just threw a bunch of mainlings into your Cybercore. The units lost is currently 550 resources to 0. So at this point, the game is over. If you have anything resembling competence, It is all different flavors of over. But let's see. Like, if you're a bitch who has no understanding of how StarCraft works, you'll start just building more defenses. If you're not, you'll look to expand. Let's see. After the Zerglings are thinned out. So, this one, I will forgive. I'll forgive this one. You can use the shield battery to reshield the cyber core. It won't automatically target buildings unless you manually, except for cannons. You can use the R key as default and reshield the cyber core. That one isn't, like, that one's a little more, I wouldn't expect new players to necessarily know that, and it's not really that standard of a practice. So I give that one away. But now you, like, after your cyber core dies, an important reaction should be build another core. Oh, wait, I'm not on your camera. I apologize. Do batteries target? No, they do not target other batteries. Only cannons and units. Pretty much anything that shoots actively. This is a good reaction. The start was a mess. The build was... It was like, we've shown this before, but like... But many of these games, many of the people who actually look like they want to improve, I mean, you got there. Guess which one you are. No. No fucking no. Okay. So you have to find... There's a middle ground. The middle ground is like, yes, get your tech, get an expansion. Not triple fucking forge. You might cancel one. No. With 3... No. The only time you should be able to go triple forge is if you have enough money for 10 more gates. Because if you don't have at least 10 gates, on top of the fact that if you're going triple forge before getting 10 gates... That's hurting your chances of having 10 gates. Shield upgrades just not as good most of the time. They're more expensive, and shields come back. And don't try to get me on the fucking... Not triple forge! Double forge, okay. It's not risky because it costs too much. No, my problem here, a lot of people jump to the symptoms, not the cause. The symptom is now you're not going to have enough money for shit. No, that's not the issue. The issue is he's someone who thinks I defended an attack, I can go triple forge. Because at some point, he may reach some basic level of competency that it actually hurts him. He's not there yet. He's never going to spend his money efficiently, assuming all his probes don't die. But the idea that now, okay, I'm macroing, boom, triple forge. That's the problem. It's a usual thing. Watch Bronze to Grandmaster. Are you telling me that I go 3 forges with 4 gates? Or 3 gates? Are you telling me that in Bronze... Oh, wait. Bronze to... That's Vibe's one. Are you telling me Vibe goes 3 gates, 3 forges? Because Vibe's a fucking idiot then. Like, what the fuck is that? There's no way that he goes 3 gates and 3 forges. That is definitely not... creating any good I don't know when the timing is. Then you watched it and you didn't fucking learn anything. Don't be like, well, I watched Vibes Bronze to Grandmasters. I enjoyed it. Also, I play Protoss. I watched the Zerg one. I just had the extra money. I 14 times. Once again, where did the money go? We were told there'd be 10 gates. There were gonna be 10 gates. Where are the 10 gates? Where's the money? It went into forges. Hashtag gate. All over again. The money should have gone into fucking gates! So, I apologize for any like, Vibe has beaten me with Protoss plenty of times. That doesn't necessarily mean he knows more about how to teach it. But I'm pretty fucking confident. Vibe's not like, alright, now at the 6-minute mark, you drop 3 forges, a third, and then you fuck off. Like, Is there ever a time? There's never a time where... There's effectively never a time where 3 forges are better than 3 more gates. Either... So here's option 1. The only time is if you already fucked up. 3 forges are better than more gates if you already have enough gates, in which case you forgot a forge or 2 somewhere along the line, because by the time you get 10 plus gates, you should be working on plus 3 something, at least. 12 gates. So if you have the money, you just forgot your forges earlier. Or, if you don't have the money and you don't have the gates, what units are you going to build that use these fancy-ass upgrades anyways? Once again, it's not whether or not he can afford it. It's what's happening in his brain that led to this point. We're going to the brain stem, not like this game he'll probably win even with the upgrades. Like, no shit. Everyone thinks that every game they play, their opponent is all over the place, essentially fucking Cyril. What they're really doing is jerking off for 6 minutes, and then you remember they exist, and suddenly you're panicking. And you forget those 6 minutes because you were also jerking off. That's what I have to assume looking at half these games. It's the macro phase. As you can tell, we are now macroing. Like, here's the problem. I'm not saying any of these things are wrong. I'm saying that we are far off ideal. Where were we? Yeah, you can get the forges and all the Nexi and all the gates. As long as he literally does nothing for 5 minutes. It's better, and it's a reason why it's a trend. Thank you. Gifting 12 months to one person. Wow. That's a bold move. You just throw it out there on him. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like... It's one of the better bad habits to have. I will say that. Like, one of the better bad habits is over-macroing. That's a lot... It's easier to have too much money and not know how to spend it than not enough money. But it's still a problem. So yeah, if you're wondering, this is when you build units. This is when you keep warping in units, whether it be the Archons you forgot about. So here's the second most, like, this is gold, so just remembering that you can get a Robo and a Twilight is good. But I guess Vibe, I'm sure Vibe in his Bronze to Grandmaster never covered things like Archons, Colossi, Storm, any sort of other, like, Fleet Beacon. I'm sure at no point does he make any of those things. Because we got this first 6 minutes pretending we knew a build and skipped to the end, right? Because otherwise, it seems a little ridiculous. You have 2,100 fucking gas and decided, you know what? Shield batteries. That's the fucking play right now. We need that gas in order to be able to control the Vespene gas market, because the Kalmorian Mining Guild has been controlling Vespene gas prices, and under Manx, who has a stake in the Kalmorian Mining Guild himself, that word was not what you thought it was. It also has a controlling stake, so no antitrust or anything like that. But with all this Vespene gas banked up, and as soon as they have a dip, we're going to flood the market, corner our share, and carve out an opportunity for ourselves. That's what we're doing with the gas, right? I have to assume, because we're not going fucking Archons. Oh. I like the hotkeys. What is your usual hotkey scheme for your army? Everybody knows High Templar don't wake up in the morning for under 2k Vespine. I already know. I was just making a point, obviously. That was rhetorical.
Mineral field depleted. The merging is complete.
Eight gates be... Here. One forge, 6 minutes. Or 2 forges at 6 minutes. 50 probes, 8 gates. That's what most of the pros do. You're pretty good about building probes. So hover, look at your supply. Hover over. And when you hit 50 probes... Holy fuck, Archons are like cheating. That's a quote from James S.A. Corey. So you know it's true. Obviously. Nobody would just go on the internet. Oh my god. Good thing we actually fucking built Archons. What are we typing F for? Just, okay, give me an F. Give me a U. That's it. Like, it wasn't bad. It just looked like someone who plays more co-op than multiplayer watched 2 videos and are like, I got it. So, like, me playing Age of Empires, pretty much. That's what it reminds me of. Like, I'm not gonna fucking watch a guide when I could go 3 town center every game. What could go wrong? What could go wrong is that 90% of the people who play Age of Empires, even the shitty ones, have played for 10 years longer than me, which is 10 years. So... and just do cheesy fucking bullshit instead of just random stuff like Starcraft. I'm just not quite there. Well, I feel like, well, Winter, I'm getting there. I'm not quite there. 1, I'd probably agree with you, but 2, why are you sending it in? It's got the right trajectory. You need to understand why a little you're doing things. It's like the existential threat of Zerg. He went for a hatch first. You don't need a wall. It's a good habit to wall off correctly, but that wasn't correctly nor required. These are easier to fix. It's a B+. I'm too scared to send Winter my VOD. He'd roast me. Yeah, like, if you call replays VODs, you probably literally have never played StarCraft. That's an alright from me. Can you repeat that? Actually, hatch first or pool first. Cybercore before second pylon. Forge at 6 minutes, 8 gates at 50 probes. 2 forges at 6 minutes, 8 gates at 50 probes. And Archons! Write that 4 times over in all caps. That's my tips. I got yours, cheese and pickles, by the way. Just generally, just anywhere. Winter actually caring for him to get better? Skywire struggles with the internet. He, finally found his way into sending this in, but he is a Diamond Terran, so he's a details-oriented guy. Anything but TVT. I wasn't going to pick TVT. How about this game? This looks like a pretty standard. Not too much supply block in the first at least 7 minutes. And then Zerg. And then Zerg. And then Zerg. Can I play 5 more and send another? I mean... Probably not tonight. I have disposable income. Why didn't you just pay me more for the first one? For 50 bucks tomorrow. This is a special offer. For 50 bucks tomorrow, I will take 1 to 1.5 of your replays if you play more tonight. Because it's only $15. I thought you said you had disposable income. Well, not that much. Well, get to playing. You only have 4 more replays worth. Well, then I'm just gonna cheese. Well. The thing is, none of the things I said are going to be... Like, you're not going to fix it tonight. Just send it in next week. There'll be Angry Coach next week. It ain't going anywhere. Contrary to the belief of people who are like, it's like... So, let me tell... Like, right now. Do you guys always... What are your favorite... If you had to pick... How do I want to say this? How about this? We'll do this. So those of you that have children, multiple children, I know it's not a small percentage, though probably a minority. Which is your favorite child? Don't lie to yourself, you know which one. But is it every day? So for those of you like, oh my god, he played another game. He played another game for... a week. Not even a week. There was still plenty of Starcraft. But, like, he literally is cheating on Starcraft with Age of Empires, of all things. Or Star Wars Squadrons. Or Minecraft. That last one is a little more questionable. Like, it's like, I thought you shit on Minecraft. I didn't shit on Minecraft because it's a bad game. I shit on Minecraft because the people who play it are younger than Rainer. For the most part. Or 3 times as old trying to min-max it. Like, the amount of people like, that's inefficient block breaking! You're not breaking the blocks good! It's like, oh my fucking god. Are you serious? So here's what you missed, by the way. You build a marine, and then you build the factory, and then you build the reactor. That's why your factory's sitting there. Unless you're just going to build like 4 marines for some reason. You know what? Here's a good one. What's your build? With as much detail as you're confident giving. This is a build I messed up. Well, that was a gimme, I guess. It's a euthermal build. Oh my god. Euthermal thinks too much of people. A lot of pro players make this mistake. I think some might have seen this on Hearthstone's Rank Roulette. Just stay tuned on that, by the way. But a lot of pro players, truly, and also we've done Angry Coach with Neeb, which was a lot of fun. But a lot of pro players don't understand how fucking incompetent even Diamond players are. They really, really don't. You need to do Rank Roulette. That they don't really understand. They just don't comprehend. Like, where is it?
You have to be kidding me that anyone can be this bad.
So the problem when you follow a lot of their builds is they assume you have the basic ability to multitask. Which is a lot to assume. The summary is I don't recommend any build that involves an early drop. I have seen what that does to Terrans. I have seen it. I have synced it, and I will sync it again. But any build that does an early drop, I wholeheartedly, and with no caveats, say that's not a good idea. That is a bad idea. A Liberator, maybe. A Banshee, probably not. But a drop, like as an opener, no. Just that's my professional recommendation: is don't. You're like, what do I build? Just fucking Hellions, like everyone else. Like normal people who build fucking Hellions. Not yada 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 Hellions, just Hellions. Into, I don't know, a Liberator or some shit.
SCV ready. Go, go, go.
I'm glad. So is a big part of the build only having 1 out of 3 on gas, or like battle cruisers don't cost that much gas? Hey, Revenant, hit me up. Can I get a discount on some of that Vespine, bro? I heard you were selling.
This better be good.
Command center upgrade.
You rally the SCVs into gas. You see, this is way too complicated for fucking Diamond. I will tell you right now, any build that's like, and now you rally to this, I don't even consider it. That's way above my level. Like, just tell me when to get the gas. I'll figure it out from there. So, I mean, I'm glad you're trying to follow one, but why not just get the gas later? Why not that, you Thermal? Yes, I understand why not, but you're, once again, understanding people micro their macro. And that's way too much. What? Okay. This. How old are you, Skywire? I mean, ballpark. I am 22. Do you wear glasses? Because, my vision is bad. Okay. Okay. Gotta make sure. I mean, I understand what's happening. I get it. I get why you zoom in. It's just, this is the only time I think I have seen on Angry Coach a legitimate reason. Like, I'm like, this is the only scenario. Like, I'm sorry. What?
Ready to raise some hell.
Wait for it.
SCV ready. Who wants some?
And that. Yeah.
SCV ready.
He's been waiting to use that one. What? Googling the grandma meme? I've been with bated breath. All right.
SCV ready.
Just wait. We got them all over the place. Like I can't fucking Google. Kids nowadays not Googling things in 3 seconds and live memeing. Come on.
Need more supply depots.
One piece of me, boy. SCV ready.
Yeah, so this is why this, like, what we're about to see, I think is, well, who knows? Maybe I'll be impressed. But this is way too much for a Diamond player. This is, there's almost no way this is worth more than you're putting into it. So here are the options. Either one, you actually get some damage done, which is like a coin flip between he's literally AFK and can't handle it, or you're microing it so hard your macro slips. We'll see which one it is. Because, you know how I know that happens? Because if you didn't do that, you wouldn't be fucking diamond. Oh, the Hellions! The Hellions are gone! I don't know! What happened to the Now look at the Zerg. He's got 1,000 minerals. He's having a mental breakdown. But the Hellions are just fucking gone. But the real damage is from the Marines. Ah, yes. We killed one drone. Is one drone worth all of this? I think the Hellions killed like half a dozen Zerglings or something. And the Baneling nest. Oh, who gives a shit about the Baneling nest? Why does he have a Baneling nest anyways? Oh, he already has a lair done, I guess. Meanwhile, all we missed were the third base, stim pack, additional production, engineering base. But at least we freed up some supply.
SCV ready. Go, go, go!
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
See, you see all this stuff you're getting now? This is my point. Like, I'm torn. Because you are following an actual build. I see where it's coming from. I see that the details, it's not quite the Jesus picture. The details are very rough around the edges. But I see where you're going, and you're actually following a build. You're not like, I watched a video a month ago, and I've just been freestyling ever since. Like last game. No. I believe, and I can see that you're doing an actual build. But, like, you gotta tighten it up. You can't just stop at home. And it's not a fucking turn-based game. Everything you're doing is right, but it is slow. The drop in the Hellions, not bad. The battle cruiser follow-up, not bad. But everything's just slow behind it. So just, if you could do this faster... This was the second time I did the build. People keep sending this shit in like, Winter, coach me! Oh, but wait, don't coach me, I'm not ready! The fuck you want from me? I mean, he might be saying that, like, I'll get better at it, but, like, I don't... Like, what do you... I sent in my account. I didn't expect you'd pick my last replay. This is the diamond badge right here. For both sides, by the way. For both sides. This is why both of you stupid fucks are diamond. Because we're playing a turn-based game. This is a real-time strategy game. You can be building workers and attacking his workers all at the same fucking time. And literally no one in this match is. That's that's it. If either player was building workers right now, they'd have a huge advantage, no matter how much damage is done. Like, it's a battle cruiser. How much can you micro a fucking bathtub? Right-click away and go build more SCVs. What the fuck are you doing? Meanwhile, maybe your Marines could use a little personal attention, but that extractor is very dangerous. We already talked about the Vespine monopoly. Might I point out, during this whole exchange, 0 SCVs have been produced.
We could use some help here.
0. What do you think the number should be? How many more SCVs could you have in this? The problem is, this is exactly what you expect from a Diamond Terran. This is, and I am stereotyping by race. Stereotypes exist for a reason in many cases. And Diamond players are all like, this is my fucking Euthermal build, when I have half the APM of Euthermal. Yeah, Euthermal sharing his builds for people within 2,000 fucking MMR of him, which you can't even pass that mark. You are a full Silver League of MMR away from Euthermal. And that's the problem. We got fucking 8... well, they're not idle SCVs, but they... How are they not idle SCVs? 7 idle SCVs. We're trying to do some add-on roulette over here without actually knowing where to put the buildings. Meanwhile, the battlecruiser's still dying. The Marines are almost done with that extractor. There are too many balls in the air. And I don't actually have any tips for you. Like, I don't mind the build. I can tell that there's a trajectory to it. But we were getting back to racial stereotypes. Terran players have fucking got a degree. They graduated cum laude or whatever the fuck it is. They know exactly what they have 1,400 different sources for why this build is good. Whereas Zerg players were like, I made fucking Zerglings and Banelings, and now I'm diamond, bitches! Get fucked! Hey! And Protoss players are either one, they're like print F parting disciples who are like, I can just micro my way out of every situation. Or they're just chill, laid back, 84 APM, Immortal Archon Charge Letter Sky Toss. But they don't have a build either. But at the end, but the Terran players. Okay, let me get my fucking... Where's a pen? Okay. Now we get... So here's a new build for you, by the way. Here you go. First, 13 depot, 16 rack, 17 refinery, 20, go fuck yourself. There you go. And then build some fucking SCVs.
We could use some help here.
The Zerg wins. By the way.
Your add-on is ready.
You have the stone announcer. How perfect is that? He has the stone announcer, which means 100% achievements on Nova Covert Ops. The min-maxing. I don't have it. It's the only announcer I don't have. Because we're not there yet. But he's like, well, I must fully complete Nova Covert Ops. Wait, it means all the 10th anniversary achievements? The whole fucking campaign? Well, my Terran stereotypes are getting even more strong. So here's what you do. Instead of not building SCVs, my recommendation to you is to build SCVs. Oh no. Brenda! Like, well, you're supply blocked here, but there's no reason you can't be out like 70 SCVs now. Nothing has happened. He's killed none. You can easily off of 2 base. Well, there was a third. Be at 70 by 9 minutes. Like, if you're actually producing consistently.
Oh, a follower.
Hit them with the angry coach.
SCV ready.
New subscriber detected.
Did you go through all this fucking add-on redistricting and still wall off your tech? Well, that is very impressive. Thank you, Zombie Hobbit, Fiery Aspen, Athranzala, Insane Volpon for 15 bucks as well. ZX Shadowblade. That's a house tank. I kill 2 reactors later. Spend a little more time on yourself. And a little less time trying to harass him, you predator. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you just kill a reactor with a Thor? Why are you building a Thor? What prompted the Thor? Why does the Thor exist? Why is Thor here? Wait, no, we saw mutas. Never mind. I take it back. I glazed over that because the mutas, like this, the Zerg is like 12 APM. 170, 12. I saw the mutas, but still. I give you the Thor. 2 strikes for me. That's a second strike for me. I definitely saw the mutas. But also, God.
You finished off the mineral cluster. Your upgrade's all set.
Reporting for action.
On complete.
So here's the thing, by the way. If a Thor and a tank were with this army, it would become significantly scarier.
Down a mineral cluster. Your add-on, you finished off the mineral cluster.
That's not even the problem! That's not the problem!
New subscriber detected.
Oh, was it the problem? I
Free
guess.
money.
He can go to the top side of that rags. But either way, he could have...
Add-on complete.
Hopefully we've learned some valuable lessons for the future.
SCV's under attack.
It was the problem? No. No, it wasn't the problem. You were the fucking problem. Now, if we didn't just pretend not to use the Select Army hotkey, then maybe we wouldn't be bringing back every single Marine and Thor. But... So now that he killed your base, what are we gonna do? Just sit there? No. Well, what if he comes back in with mutas? Whatever.
Complete.
Reporting.
Come on. Like, the Ventria scan? So, you see, like, 1 metric fuck ton of banelings, but that's about it. You don't just walk onto the creep 10 seconds before your 3-3 is done without splitting or sieging up or doing something that will prevent all your Marines from dying to banelings, right?
This was a game that shouldn't have happened, but did.
You should play mech. What the fuck? Why the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? I thought I was gonna lose. Classic Diamond Terran, total bitch. You've never seen a Zerg player just lose their mutas, even if they were ahead, because I had no army? Well, build a fucking army. You have money. Don't be a little bitch. That's my advice. Out of everything this game, between the book smart build and the turn-based plays, being a little bitch is your biggest offense. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. God, why are you Terrans such fucking bitches? I just mean generally, not anyone in particular, but specifically Skywire. He could just A-move. He could. He could. Maybe. But he also is dying. Like, even if Maru tapped out here against Cyril, like, well, Maru probably wouldn't be in this position, but, like, if Maru tapped out in this position, I still would think it's early. Even though Cyril's pretty fucking good at expanding on a lead. Did you notice? Did you ever click on his upgrades and see his Zerglings for that whole fucking fight had 1-1 and you have 3-3? You have a 4 upgrade advantage, not in brain cells. Did you ever click on his mutas and see they have no attack upgrades, which doesn't mean much. Like, I don't know why the fuck you want Carapace upgrades. Did you ever do that? Or did you see your army die to Banelings and just give up because you're a fucking bitch? God, like, it's like, well, Maru would have tapped up at this point. I'm sorry, let me read out my build again. We got 13 depot, 16, 17. Okay, and then for the main engagement, we rotate right back around to go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. You're exactly who I expected you to be, and I'm still disappointed. God damn it. Couldn't figure out how to donate for Angry Coach eventually, but you figured it out, and now you've given me a whole lot of details, but at the end of the day, you didn't answer whether or not you were a little bitch. And of course, it spoke for itself. You forgot to include that in your build order. Like, his army, right now, yes, he has money in the bank. He could build like 15 ultras or whatever. Or 20 more mutas. But his army is 20 mutas and 20 lings. 20 mutas have a tough time killing 4 marines. I believe there's a Thor somewhere. Are all 3 Thors in this fight? Yes, they are. Wait, there are 3 Thors in this fight? The mutas might be dead. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I couldn't see him. The muta, like... He has plus, like, at least half a dozen, if not, like, 10 of these mutas are potentially dead if you had just not tapped out like a little fucking bitch. No. The mutas have +2 carapace, so not all of them die to this. And the Thors don't have +2. But at least, like, 10. The Thors are gonna get, because there aren't that many Zerglings under here, the Thors are gonna get 3 or 4 more shots off. Play it out? I can't play it out without an opponent. I guess I could, No, it doesn't work without going back with an opponent. But, like, holy shit. What a little fucking bitch. Jesus Christ. The problem with Terran players is before Platinum, they never tap out of the game because they just think they always have a chance because that's what the campaign taught them. Above Platinum, they always tap out too early because that's what bitch Terrans like, and I think Euthermal would agree to this phrasing. Euthermal is kind of a little bitch sometimes when it comes to being Terran. He's a great Terran player, but if you ever look at his Twitter account, come on. Like, I guess you're following through nearly perfectly on this Euthermal build. So, I guess keep it up. You followed the build to a T. He needs to proxy Rex more, though. You were a much better player than the Zerg. But that's why so many Zergs are diamond. They don't care. It was gonna be like another B+, to be honest, for me. But, like, I'm gonna have to put it at a B with an asterisk. Which is not a plus or minus. That's, it's an alright, but also we're gonna put it in the little bitch. Or regular size. We'll just put total bitch. I don't know what size of bitch. Like, such a huge bitch. How are little bitch and huge bitch the same thing? So I guess, now that I think about it, in the common vernacular, there's no difference between huge bitch and little bitch. The size of the bitch does not matter. The scale does. Total covers it. But honestly, your build and your game plan were solidly high diamond, low masters. The execution was right where it needs to be, and the stereotypical Terran tap out was platinum. No one says huge bitch? That's not true. Unless I'm nobody. Who am I to you? No one? Am I no one? You know you can swear on the internet. by the way, guys. Oh, well, actually, the asterisk is using my
Oh,
own.
follower. Is that all?
Do I
Submarine.
need to set more?
We are a 27-minute game because everybody has to send in their most epic match. As opposed to a good one. Exile is the Terran. Yes. Exile is the Terran. We're upping the price. To 25, by the way. I said... Okay. Alright, Exile. Against Heisenzerg, which is just objectively a great name. He may be AFK. No, he's not AFK.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Let's see which side of the coin this Terran falls on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
We got a lot of hotkey action for a platinum player. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But we'll see.
SCV ready.
Did you just cancel your SCV that you were supposed to be building? Because I need an orbital. You definitely missed an SCV somewhere. Because you build an orbital on 19.
SCV ready.
Oh yeah, you just were late on building. You were like 5 seconds late on this SCV, which makes the next one 5 seconds late. It's a bad habit. Like, finish the SCV.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Calm down, Clem. You might be like, it didn't even stop anything. Oh, I jerked off my keyboard half a dozen more times. So you micro your Reaper a little bit, get no kills. And then you go back. But you've already missed another SCV. You missed dropping your mule, which is like the most critical component of most of the early game. Because that mule is worth 5 SCVs of income. I'm dumb. That's strike 3 for me. He already dropped his first mule. It looked like it had enough for a second mule. And I don't know anything anymore. I give him that one, but I don't give him the SCVs. But a mistake like that is strike 3 for me. So, mistake. Shut up. But still, missing any SCVs. You've already canceled one. You just forgot about another.
Oh, good. Now I
10
have
to
your
the people.
attention.
That's what it cost me.
Oh, a follower. Is that all? Command.
Build SCVs.
Oh, a follower.
Yes, 4 seconds. It takes 12 seconds to build an SCV. How many times have we added up 4 seconds of idle time?
Oh, good. Now I have your attention. Constructed.
No. You don't need to lift your orbital for 6 Zerglings. I get it. We're panicking. We're still not building SCVs. Thank you, Aurora.
Oh, a follower.
So, I know this is platinum, which is why this is not surprising to see. But whichever player is able to handle this part, like, you're like, well, it gets better at diamond. No, as we just demonstrated, it doesn't get better. It just doesn't usually start as early. It's just as bad. It just, we put it off a little longer. That's most of diamond.
Oh, a follower. Is that all? Mineral cluster. Oh, a follower. Is that all?
I'll say, besides the fact that whenever there's any Zerglings anywhere, like when there's not any potential dangers. Thank you, Aurora and Jake Christ.
D.
The build isn't terrible.
Oh,
The third base. Wait, have we invented a starport? Yeah, we have.
Less
The
than
third
3.
base, the extra 2 racks, even in a decent spot that doesn't have to be reactors killed later. Well, maybe, we'll see. All you like even here, you can tell. Like, so where is this build from? Where's this build from, Exile? What was the, I guess, inspiration? Why are you linking fucking charts? It's a 111. I can't remember what exactly. That doesn't help my point. I was gonna be like, aha, he has an answer. Was what I was hoping for, but because the Zerg is making Zerglings, and that's the end of the plan. Like, that much is painfully clear, as you can tell by the. So here's the situation. If you're ever looking like this, and this game is as it is 27 fucking minutes long. Well, we'll find out what you're doing, but he's banking up 2,400 minerals at the 7-minute mark. Looks like the Maru 4 Hellion opening build. Oh yes, Maru gets credit for making 4 fucking Hellions at the start of the game. Congratulations, Maru. He's probably done it more in professional matches than anyone else by sheer quantity. Ah, so this is a mutas show up and then we have a mental breakdown game. Yeah, Maru trademarked that depot bill.
New technology supply depots.
So what is a drop gonna do that a direct attack could not? Why would a drop work better than just walking across the map? With more units, by the way. Because drops are fun. The angle... No. The point is, he's gonna have units. The units are going to be somewhere at his base. A drop in the main gets like 5 more seconds, maybe. But there's nothing else going on. The Zerg's units are at his base. So we're either going to drop more vulnerable with less units, or we could attack with 3 more tanks and however many more Marines we couldn't fit in the fucking medevacs. Thank you, Chibi, for that raid, by the way. Hopefully you had a good stream. Oh, we got emotes. Maybe not exactly... you know what? But not even following. I saw that, but... Wait, am I not in my own chat? There. No timer on it. No passion. Playing Starcraft, I assume. Otherwise, why are we here? Nice to meet you. Here are me and my few dozen friends. How you doing? What are we doing here on Twitch? Why the fuck would 2 medevacs of Marines do more damage than a direct attack? The answer is because you're a bitch and they won't. That wasn't an answer. This is the... Oh yeah, Maru sometimes sends out 2 medevacs. We gotta point out why, because either he's doing a direct attack at the same time, or they're hitting so quickly they can do damage. We're 8 minutes in. You've already fought him. We've already had a fight. The only mildly acceptable way in a vacuum would be maybe sending 1 medevac to each side. We have to at least assume he's not AFK, because if he's not AFK, his fucking units are going to be in his base, and they're going to kill your units, because you don't have nearly enough of them. Oh, look! We dropped the same base we attacked earlier, and then everybody died. I bet that happens to you like every other game, and you keep doing it, because every other game you don't get punished for it. And now suddenly we have 16 less Marines, because we just did a drop into a location we could have attacked on the ground. Like, this is something that's in no build order. One, there's no build order that's like, and now you send out 2 medevacs blindly. There's no build that does that. And two, like, I forgot my original point. There's no, just don't. Remember my advice for Mr. Diamond Terran 12 minutes ago? You know those drop builds? Don't. And he was Diamond. You very much not Diamond. That was my recommendation, was don't. This is the worst version. His version was because he can't maintain worker production at the same time. Your version is because you just lost 2 medevacs. That's worse. With all hands, by the way. Everyone died. The macro's not terrible. Like, still producing units and workers pretty well. At least until a fight starts. Alright, that is probably the strongest point. With decent production. This is a straight-up compliment. Is your production was mostly on time, and besides a few gaps, the worker production was mostly good. Which means you have plenty of army with which to mismanage horribly. That was a game-winning fight if you didn't out-micro yourself. I'm pretty confident if you had just sat there and stimmed everything and looked away, it would have gone better than whatever the fuck that was. Like, that definitely hurt you, whatever the fuck you were doing there. Unfortunately, he doesn't have, like really helpful, especially against slow banelings and roaches, would be siege tanks. Working siege tanks into your unit composition and then using them as part of your timing attack is like a basic part of playing Terran. But when you go for these Marine builds early, you don't really have any tanks to work with, so you can't really blame him for not using the siege tanks with his push, because like when you're like Marines are fast and loose, and siege tanks are kind of expensive and slow. It's not like almost every single professional game kind of hinges on whether or not the tanks get in a good position. Okay, obviously he has tanks. My point is, how many times, like, I don't know, like, he knows. Here's the problem. He knows. He's still just a bitch. Like, he's just a bitch. He's outplaying himself because he's a bitch. It's like, well, now I don't risk my tanks. Well, if you don't risk a little, you're gonna lose everything. The tanks are like, it's a buttered biscuit without the fucking butter. Then you just have a biscuit, which is just boring and tastes terrible. The butter is a key component. The production is good. Unfortunately. Oh, we actually gonna use the tanks now? Where are the rest of the tanks? There were 4 tanks. What? No! Okay, you have how many tanks? You have 4 tanks. You should have more tanks, but you have 4 tanks. Bring 4 tanks! Bring your tanks! This isn't the campaign! The reason you're losing is because you're bringing about 75% of what you need to every single fight. 4 tanks in a decent position, and those banelings are dead before they hit like, bring the fucking tanks. That's all, like, I don't know what you want. Bring your tank, bring your army. Don't bring 2/3 of your army. Bring your army.
Completed.
Oh, this time we're bringing 2 tanks. We're gonna go crazy. No, we're just moving them a little forward. So why would a fucking drop right now do more damage? Like, after all this, why does this drop do damage? Why would this drop do any damage?
Ready for dust off.
What is there? Oh my god, he's doing... This is why. This is actually how you're supposed to do it if you're nearly maxed out. On paper, he's about to make the right move, which is sending out something the Zerg has to respond to, then hitting another location, or vice versa. You bring your main army to one location, usually towards the key location, then you hit with a drop to drag them out of position, or the other way around. The problem comes in the execution, I assume, which, well, we'll see. No. You don't drop, lose your drop, and then move out. If you're gonna do this, your army needs to be here. So that way, instead of having him shoot one person in the head, then turn and shoot the other, he has to shoot, like, both people are shooting at him at the same time with the Marine rifles. He can shoot because 100% he's not using hotkeys. He's got one hotkey. Of course he has one hotkey. You're pretending like you don't, but you do, effectively. He has one hotkey. So he shoots once, and then he has to reload, bring his units back, and shoot the other guy. And that's what you're lining him up for. Instead of attacking 2 places at once and creating some sort of dilemma that causes a mental breakdown. Instead, here, take these units, and then here, take these units. How nice. All this has done was lose 16 Marines and waste your time. Like, if you wanted to lose 16 Marines, have your stupid house tank shoot them. If you're really desperate, and then have the Marines shoot the medevacs so they can't get into the medevacs, and then have your tank shoot them. That would expedite this process. Literally, all you did was waste time. So if you're going to have 2 medevacs and Marines die, shoot them yourself. That's my recommendation. Let's get to the point. Yeah, his army's here because there's nothing distracting him because he cleaned up the drop a minute ago. Of course his army's here. He has nowhere else to be. Thankfully, Marines are just so fucking good, they still win anyways. Why are you building Vikings? It's like, well, he's probably gonna make Broodlords. Probably, but you just lost all your medevacs. Oh, I wonder why.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster. Army. Upgrade. Mineral.
Do you know about high impact mode on the Thors? You do. Okay.
Ready to plunder. Army. You want a piece? Ready to plunder.
Thors are on their own, counter broods. Thors are so fucking disgusting. If you're like, how do I micro Marines? My recommendation to you is play mech. I play mech. I love mech. Thors are so fun. Why do you think that they didn't add the Goliath? That takes micro. This is gonna go poorly. He's still gonna win this fight though, because Thors are just gonna eat all the Bane. I will compliment the production. I'd call that a win. He traded Marines. He traded mostly minerals for mostly gas. Which is a win in my book. Especially, like, his macro isn't terrible. Okay. Here's what you need to do. You need to... I'm going to slow it down to normal speed. Look what you do with your hotkeys here. You need to calm down and figure out what the fuck you want. I have no tips for this, but, like, just see what you're doing. and fucking fix it. You know what? That was actually really good. I slowed it down and I'm like, it doesn't look nearly as bad now. He's struggling to tab through well, but you know what? That is one of the best mistakes for a platinum player to be. I mean, I'll take it back. I rescind criticism on that point. I mean, you got to get better at it, but you're most of the way there. That's not a strike. That was just clarification. Guy's getting ambitious. You guys are already subbed. You're like, well, how do I counter banelings? Any amount of medevacs, Widowmine, whatever. But I'm countering air. You're gonna have to pull off both at once somehow.
Mineral cluster. Ready to plunder. Army upgraded.
At least you don't just leave right after your army dies. That's a plus. The answer, by the way, is Widow Mines. To whatever question you might ask here, it's Widow Mines. Not like 4, like 17. They don't even need drilling claws, but that makes them more fun. Also, the answer is, hey, have you tried mech? It's very hard to lose, like, hundreds of minerals and gas for no reason with mech. Well, actually, that's not true, but, like, at least you won't have all the habits of, I'm sending medevacs out for absolutely no fucking reason. And yeah, you definitely seem like a Widowmine kind of player because... Wait. There's still one house tank. But eventually, as things have escalated, we brought more tanks into the fight. These fucking Terrans. Terrans are the worst. Because most of them, besides like full-on... We have Kybert up next, by the way. Like, they know what they're supposed to do, but depending on the level and the player, there's a lot of obviously learned bad habits. Because Terran players are the most methodical, like, most purposeful of any of the races, at pretty much everywhere above gold. And, so what you need to do is bring your fucking army. Like, you built the right army, and then you threw away bits and pieces until you almost lost the game. So, stop. Here's my answer to drops for diamond, mid-diamond players and below. No. Otherwise, for platinum, low platinum, it's a B+. It's almost an A-, but there were some big blind spots. Like, some very, very significant blind spots. Like, the macro was very good. It almost was like it was almost like Archon mode, where one player was dedicated to building units, and one player was dedicated to losing them.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
That's the issue with Archon mode, is they both feel the other one's fucking it up. And that's why Archon mode never took off. It just made the social aspect of StarCraft, such as it is, even more stressful. Alright. So there's Kybrit, who's gonna say he's playing Bio. We will see. No, 111. Sure, he's doing a 1-1-1, not bio. My bad. Why does Kyber get to play bio? Did I say he did? Don't explain it to him. Just let him say that because he's doing 1v1-1-1, that means he's not going bio. The fact that that was the clarification he gave just continues to reinforce our opinion of him. So just let it go. You know where I'm at in the queue? Yes. You're gonna have to pay $50 to find out, though. And by that I mean, next.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Is the Zerg AFK? Maybe.
SCV ready.
Is Kyber getting better at all? Like his investment portfolio? This isn't a build. This isn't the build. This has never been any sort of build. It's wrong. But we get that ship sailed. The Kybrit, if everyone else was like, I understand, I've written down like 13 depot, 16 rank, 17 refinery, 20. Go fuck yourself. Well, Kybrit just started at 20. So, Kybrit didn't worry about the rest, and he just skipped to the end. Which is usually battle cruisers, but every once in a while he likes to pretend it's not usually battle cruisers. The second depot is only for 2 gas. Skywire? Skywire? You remember a few players commenting during your replay in Twitch chat about, like, the conclusions drawn, or maybe that was the one before. I'll just remind you of that. Starting the game, I decided to go Terran. I'll rally my SCV. Starting the game, I decided to go Terran. I'll rally my SCV. JK, no I don't. To the depot early. When do I build it? 3 at my... No! Just 1 depot 14! Right off the bat, rally your SCV and build it at the ramp, and that's all you see. Don't do any sort of weird bullshit. Build up barracks after. On 16, adding another worker. 17 refinery. 2 more SCVs you can rally to the scouted 18. But nothing past that. The barracks is finished. Build your orbital. That's all we want. No Reaper for you. Just build Marine. And your fucking orbital. I don't want to see another fucking Terran who comes in here with no fucking orbital. Scan like Costco. Drop those mules. Either way, build a fucking orbital. Stop. Stop it. Never again. And also your first depot, but whatever. That too. I'm not a rapper. I do build it. If you're telling me right now you do build it, then unsurprisingly, and I think you understand as well, you missed the entire fucking point. So, moving on. It was literally 1 second later. Well, the barracks was done several seconds ago, but it shouldn't be, there should be 0 hesitation. This is better than most, I will say. No extra CVs, no whatever other bullshit, but the fact that it took any number of seconds that could be measured with more than 1 is
Donation
like, how many
confirmed.
games have you played?
I'm a bit lower rated, but clearly the other race is IMBA, right? There's no way I did anything wrong here.
Okay, so you built an orbital. Where are your units? Why aren't you building anything out of the barracks? Getting an Ekon. Oh my god. Are you gonna build a marine? I don't know. At some point, we'll build something. Or it's another... You know, you're not using your first one. Why would we buy a second? We have a barracks at home. Oh, by the way, he said he was going 111. And I quote, I'm going 111, not bio. But once again, 111 can easily be bio. It's not mutually exclusive. That was the part that was the standout. But I'm not going bio. I'm going 111, which was also fucking wrong. I don't know why I expected it.
That command center upgrade you ordered is here.
Oh, no, we've never dropped... Oh, it's a tech lab. Are we literally going stim first? We're going stim for, like, the Terran Republic commandos? We're gonna have, like, 7 Marines with stim, bro. We're gonna get in, we're gonna get out. It's gonna be a tight operation. Somehow Hybrid has gotten worse. Like, this looks just like a Silver League. Well, there's a few little snippets, but, like, mostly like a Silver League build. Like, I get a barracks, and then in the campaign... You usually already have a tech lab, but I don't, so I need a tech lab. And that's it. That's the end of the plan. Oh yeah, my SCV's in his base. Yep. We learned nothing. We're gonna depot block his third, which was a valuable use of anyone's time, especially on a map where that's not even where they usually take the third. Which is one of the 4 top problems with this. Kybret, what is this SCV build? Factory. Okay, it's factory.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Yay, live angry, coach.
It's just so bad. It's just so bad. I'm impressed by how impervious he is to improving. He's like no matter what hits him, like, it's like, if at some point, like, he has 10 skill points. Okay, let's say he has 100 skill points. And, like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's a multiplier of 10. What the fuck am I saying? I have 10 IQ points. But you got 10 skill points. We're going to put 5 into macro. We're going to put 3 into the build. And then we're going to put 2 into scouting. And that's it. We're done. And then everything else is, like, we ran out of skill points. That is, I think, the most apt description of how Kybrit has always played. Like, he got to Platinum. You know how he got to Platinum? And tell me I'm fucking lying, Kybrit. Though, how can we trust anything he says? He just proxy rexed. He just started proxy rexing for a while, got to Platinum, and now he's plummeted since. Yeah, he says triple proxy rex. So we put 9 skill points into triple proxy rex, which was just enough to get to Plat, and now we tried anything else, and we have to rearrange them, and it's not working out. Maybe invest back into battle cruisers. I don't know. What did you think was going to happen? Like, the SCV could have gotten away, instead turns around to fucking fight a Zergling. And this is what we're paying attention to right now. Maybe this time Roderick will be able to take him down. No. Rest in peace, Roderick. You always were a maverick.
The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse not to build something.
You want a piece of me, boy? Let's have a blast.
It's a 2-1-1? No. It's a 2-1-1-2-1. Okay. We're gonna get the engineering base for dramatic effect. Okay, so he forgot that he had built depots. So he dropped a supply about 3 seconds. Oh wait, no he didn't. That's not what happened, is it? What? He just keeps, you know what? He just keeps dropping supply. I mean, you got energy on the orbitals. What else are you gonna use it for? The fuck? The problem now is that he has no other depots to drop supply on, so we gotta fix that. Where should we put those depots? In a very safe location. We don't want our supplies getting raided. Smart move.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready.
So now we're building a tank, just like James S.A. Corey said. Just like Ty said, T.Y. Which does indicate we are a bitch Terran.
SCV ready.
And now the Zerg will desperately try to figure out a way to kill that tank, because that is the most important thing to do in the game.
SCV ready.
That's a Spire. Like, alright. So we're looking right now. We got 3, you know what? we got 10 skill points. We got Kybrit skill points. So right now we have 4, I'd say, in macro. I'll give them 4 in macro. We got 2 in scouting. Alright. And then we got 2 in build. And then we have 2 in unit composition. So you might be like, what are we missing? What are we missing? Micro? No. Fucking hotkeys. Not just for his army, for his fucking barracks. He doesn't have any points left over for his fucking hotkeys. How do you forget how to hotkey your barracks? What the fuck? Are you actually a computer and you ran out of dedicated WAM? What the fuck? How do you not have hotkeys for your ranks?
I don't think I
How does this
actually included
happen?
the link in the first donation, so here's a second just in case.
No, he's building out of 1 racks. And it's not even the reactored one. I'm just assuming Why are you building more barracks? Use your barracks. Jesus Christ.
SCV ready.
Oh, yes. Why not a turret? Why not build a turret? They cost the same. And one of them can shoot the mutas. Now we need scouting depots, so that way we'll know where the mutas are about to kill the entire mineral line, because we don't have nearly enough anti-air.
Add-on complete. Your units are augmented.
SCV ready.
Oh, he was building scouting depots for the mutas before he built any turrets. I'm sorry. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is Marauder doing stim on the side of the bunker? You think we're not gonna see it? Oh, you have a problem.
Add-on complete. Out.
Like, how do you unlearn? At some point, he was hotkeying his racks. I keep saying, I'm just going to keep reinforcing the skill point idea. Where, how do you unlearn hotkeying your production? Like, once you start doing it, how do you stop doing it? That, that most basic skills for human beings, like normal human beings, depends on how many drinks I was in. I guess that's fair. But then you decided, and now you provide this information? By the way? You're like, no. You're bringing us information on the build, and then you're like, I was blackout drunk, bro.
Add-on complete. Mineral field.
It's like, then why do you think you know now? Oh my god.
add-on is done.
Let's just watch it
I see
happen.
mineral, I see gas. I see SCV harass.
This game isn't that long, by the way. So, the mute is... I'm just going to commentate from the Kybrit perspective and no longer offer advice. Because anything I do to either...
Upgrades
Oh
done.
my god. Make way! Make way! I'm building a turret!
That command center upgrade you ordered is here. Upgrade complete.
Oh, there, 11 minutes and 30 seconds and 100 supply of bio in. We've hotkeyed the Rex.
Your research is done. Don't forget the rest of it.
Ready for dust off.
Alright, another turret.
Out of minerals. Idle workers are so untidy.
The Thors are shooting something. I don't know what it is. We're still looking at the armory, trying to figure out what to do with that thing.
We're all gonna die.
Oh, well, the Zerg gonna do his best to lose all those mutas, which is customary. He's got 4,000 minerals, because of course he does. Unfortunately, the mutas keep doing damage.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field depleted.
Unfortunately, there's no way to make it easier for units to move around in the base. We've pretty much maxed out that. Okay, everybody. Nope, social distancing. No, we're in marine suits. We're fine. That's a good point. So we just kind of ended up here, is where the army did. Oh.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. All right. Okay, we've lowered one depot, which will allow us to build a... No, make way! Make way!
Out of minerals. Idle workers are so
And then we will build out of the barracks. Oh, that's... Somehow... Okay, close the door. Oh, there are the mutas. Okay. Alright. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Thors.
Your base is under attack.
Oh, no, they're mutas. Muta's still doing it. Alright, the Thors do a lot of damage. Okay. And now, where's the army gonna settle this time? Make way! Make way! Get out of the way! We gotta build a fighter!
Now.
We have a permit! Oh, we don't have enough energy to drop more supply, which is a critical mistake.
You want a piece of me, boy? Armed and ready.
Building armor, Neo Steel armor. He has maxed out his upgrades. I will give him that. He's been doing pretty well on the upgrades, and sometimes, to be honest, that is all it takes. Because literally, the Zerg just started +2 melee attack right after his adrenal glands. So, looks like we've reverted to the proto-Kybrit with the multi-depot walls. Man, if this is what it takes to become Platinum, well, we already explained how he became Platinum. I can definitely hit Masters, and I haven't played SC for like 10 years. I'm glad you have a strong opinion of yourself. It's good to have a lot of self-esteem. It's healthy. For some people.
I remember when this was all minerals. Now look at it. That geyser is fresh out of gas.
You probably diamond it. Don't entertain him like that's a real statement. He's a fucking buffoon. He's demonstrating it loud and clear in Twitch chat. Let him go. But then again, you're also not sub, my friend. So, stereotyping. Alright. Looks like we're doing a drop. You've already heard my statement on drops. It's like it's the best way to unbutter your biscuit in my opinion. Like, when you have an army that might win the game and you want to lose it bit by bit,
That's it.
boom, there you go.
Your units are augmented.
You need to subscribe to become Winter's friend? No, they're not my friends. They're just people I assume won't engage with some of the stupider Twitch chat comments. Because when we're having a real discussion about, wow, these guys are bad, but I haven't played in 10 years, like, we already have lost the battle. So this is kind of how we expected this to go, though.
I remember when this was all minerals. Now look at it. Out of minerals, idle workers will go unhungry. Upgrade complete.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Those type of guys make Twitch chat a lot more entertaining? Yeah. But your response was, you could be diamond at best. Was that like tongue-in-cheek? His comment was, I could be masters. I haven't played in 10 years. And you're like, you could be diamond at best. You're that guy. You're that fucking guy. You're the guy. If that was the intent, well, congratulations. That was exactly what we expected from Kybrit. We've already locked in. As soon as we saw a Kybrit replay, we already had the K stands for Kybrit there. That happened. I hope you invest your skill points more wisely next time, because I doubt you'll be getting any more of them. And the reason he could only send in $10 and had to go to fucking charity for his replay is not because of whatever investment portfolio.
I'm the Zerg, by the way.
That's not how it
Realize
works,
that we're
Al.
both barcodes.
Who the fuck is Al? But is because he spent it all drinking. So that much is obvious. L. Oh, L sent $5 and then he sent $5 more. After earlier he sent $25. So that's a lot of critical thinking skills lacking there. But he got there eventually after $35 of clarifying. That's what we call the critical thinking tax, where you don't figure out enough to do it the first time, so you have to pay more. Or you don't pay enough the first time, so you get nothing. Good day. Not this one. This one. It's a Platinum Zerg. God help us all. Did Starcraft... No, it did not... Wait, did it crash? No, it didn't. It's just an old... Wait, when is this fucking from? October 31st. Ooh, Halloween. Who's the other player? It's not me, thank God. Alright. So move your overlord. Where's it going? Close enough. Oh, this bodes well. I'm excited. Like, I love how visible it is that we're all figuring out, including below. That's probably that's probably like Polish or some shit, but Mr. Belowed Picker, our Zerg friend. Oh my God, Jesus! I'm excited to figure out what your build is alongside you. So far, it's a build. He is going Zergling speed. Now we're making 6. Why are we making 10 links? Or however many. No, 6 links. Never mind, I take it back. Okay, 6 links is okay. Is this a build? Yes, I know, of course the Protoss didn't wall off because this is shit tier, but I guess we're going roaches.
Evolution process.
What am what am I missing? Oh, we want a lair. So what part of this what part of this means what I like?
A new
What part of this screams I should go roaches? Like that's what I was getting to. I was wondering. I kind of got off track phrasing it, but like, why are we doing roaches? What is the plan? What was the Evo chamber for? Plan is Roach Hydra. No, it's not. What is the plan? This is not Roach Hydra. What's the plan? Roach Hydra would be getting actually some sort of decent economy rather than building 5 roaches and going for 2 gas when you have 26 fucking drones. Thereby hamstringing your economy and having you be forced to limp your way back to having any income. So, I repeat again, what is the build? Like, you don't just build 5 roaches at the start. You might be like, Winter, this is your build from bronze to less than 100 APM. No. My build is 1 gas, and it's for silver. It's build the roaches, because otherwise you'll either entirely forget to build units, or you'll build Zerglings. But that's like, in the Silver League, I was like, okay, just build 5 roaches, and then only drones. This is, oh, my opponent exists. What I see here, and tell me if I'm far off, is, okay, I'm gonna go Roach Hydra. And then you get in the game, and your opponent exists, and you're like, shit, I need roaches. But wait. I was going Roach Hydra. But you had the visceral and animal reaction of, he's there. And that's it. This is what we see from players who don't have the mental capacity to think more than 40 seconds into the future. What are those roaches gonna do? You just built 5 roaches. Those 5 roaches could have been 10 more drones. They could have been part of an upgrade, at least most of it, plus 1 attack. Where's the 3rd? Like, there's no reason these roaches are required. You got speed for your Zerglings. If you're gonna do that, if he sends a unit or 3 out, which is the maximum he can have at 4 minutes and 15 seconds in the game, then you build a dozen Zerglings and deal with them. But there's no scenario in which 5 roaches sitting at your fucking natural is remotely even close to any sort of real build. What this is a panic attack, which happens every single game, or at least the vast majority, I bet. Just because it happens consistently doesn't make it less of a fucking panic attack. Jesus Christ. I like how much attention we're paying to microing the way too few drones that we have. Judging from the coach angriness level, this is about gold 1. This is solidly platinum. In gold, I give a little more leeway, because usually the people are either slow or they're slow. But in platinum, we've Zerg rushed our way there and then decided to pretend to learn a build. And what we really mean is, I guess I'm building roaches instead of just Zerglings. And also, if the Protoss has also a mental breakdown, which is very likely because this is platinum and he didn't even wall off the front, then we'll eventually get to Roach Hydra. That's what we get. Yeah, there's no scenario in which, like, I'm building 5 roaches and now I need spores. What did we learn? Nothing. Yeah, platinum got easier than since I played. I'm sure that's true. I like the hotkeys for our army units.
Your mutation.
I mean, I got to diamond. Good for you. Why are we building another spore? Why are we so convinced? You know when you unlock... Okay. Nobody answer for him. Blowed. What is relevant to what I am saying that you unlock with a lair? What do you think it could be? What unit upgrade or building? Because you're building this spore. What unit upgrade or building did you just unlock with the lair? Hydras, mutas. No, no. A fucking overseer! The spore is a relevant fucking part. Might I remind you, he doesn't have the void rays that apparently... Wow, holy shit. He has a third. He's got stalkers going... I don't fucking know what sort of expedition they're on, but they're working their way up there. You over here have those void rays are halluc. You don't need spores. What the fuck? You're building another spore. Like, yeah, 100% confirmed, bro. I counted those void rays up. There are like 4 or 5. There are no void rays. There's no void rays. There's no evidence of void rays whatsoever. Can you show me at any point where a void ray or even a Stargate? I'll take a Stargate. No, no, no. They're definitely void rays, bro. I keep dying to void rays. There's no way there's not void rays. Why do we... You've slaughtered 3 drones, of which you still have... If you hadn't built any spores, and you should build spores, a spore in each mineral line, and you should have had a 3rd mineral line, like every fucking guide that you pretend to have ever glanced over or had on in the background, which I can only assume is the max you've done. Like every fucking guide has told you, a spore in each mineral line. You should have had the 3rd. The other 3rd, like every player takes in any of the pro games you pretend to have watched as well, or me, who occasionally plays Starcraft, but sure, we'll take this 3rd. We won't put a spore crawler at it. We'll put a fucking spore in the main, which guarantees to me you have no fucking idea what he's doing. You have no idea how to get that information, but you got a lot of ideas in your head, and all of them are terrible. The Roach Hydra is good, but that's mine. The unenthusiastic hand job of unit compositions.
The enemy has engaged your brood in combat.
So here's the beauty of this, is now you see those... Like, he sent in 2 hallucinated Phoenix, which just confirms... No, but they're hallucinated. We can see they're hallucinated. If I see another Spore Crawler, I'm turning this replay off, because you... Like, already, the first... Not every game... is decided in the first 5 minutes. But below Masters, 99% of games could be. If you just didn't act like a fucking idiot for 5 minutes with no critical thinking skills and no ability to think not even 3 seconds in front of you, then I don't know what to say. Like, if you didn't build 5 roaches instead of 10 more drones, putting you in this awkward position where you still have 1,000 minerals and 1,000 gas. 1,000 gas? What? Join up with fucking Revenant over there in the Gold League, and you guys can have a merger or something. try to get around the antitrust, because I have no trust that you have any idea what you're doing. You're eventually going to stumble haphazardly into Roach Hydra, but you're not going Roach Hydra so much as you ended up there. And that means you have no direction, no plan, and no real chance of improving as I see it right now. But at least, hopefully, you don't build any more spores. Seven hydras. Neither roaches nor hydras have speed. Creep spread is good for making your units go faster. You know what else is good for making your units go faster? Got a guess? I like how long it takes. There you go. We figured it out. A balanced diet. Yes. If the ultras would just cut the fuck down, maybe they'd be more useful. But they're so thick as it stands that they can't. Ultras just need to cut down. They need to slim down, in my opinion. We need to just starve. You should be able to starve ultras in the Nidus or something for like 3 minutes, and then they come out 25% smaller. Nope, that's the one. That's the one. And I gave up. What are you on, a trackpad? I mean, we eventually got 50-something drones and are building Roach Hydra, which will probably go just fine. Unless there are any DTs. Where are you going? The Protoss did the same thing. He went all the way up to the top. Of course. So what I'm getting from this match is how beautiful matchmaking is. Both these players are almost equally incompetent in similar ways. Sometimes you get the direct opposites, but here we have both players figuring out how to move around the map at the same time. Without actually knowing where their opponent's... I guess the Protoss has an observer. Wait, does he know... You fucking see it? Oh my god. Moving on. He blocked his own hatch with a creep tumor. Right? My babies! Did you forget why you did that? Just kill it with the drone! Yeah. Oh my god. I have a strong feeling that they're both going to attack at the exact same time. Just not even provoked by the other one, but they're both going to finally get their shit together to attack. And our Roach Hydra player should do better, but we'll see. Alright, okay. Oh. Well, the Protoss isn't attacking, so I guess we just win. Despite our best efforts. Oh, there it is. Oh, where did they come from? Where are you going? Where are you going? I like how throughout this game, despite this Overlord constantly seeing units go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That shows us how much of the minimap he's downloaded. Which is exactly fucking none. This Overlord has been telling you, all but screaming directly, that there is a base here. That, like, probes continually transfer, units moving back and forth, but at no point have we so much as glanced And at this point, we are still thinking that he had 2 bases. And that is about as appropriate as we would expect. Thankfully, we just got at some... It's called the unenthusiastic hand job because at the end of the day, it's still a hand job.
Perhaps it's time to consider hidden base.
Ask your mom if you need more details.
And Arodin Shakuris.
And he went this entire game without ever knowing that there were 2 more bases. This is why he sent it in like, yeah, my macro early on, I thought it wasn't very good, but like I brought it together, I went Roach Hydra. You missed half of his bases. Yeah, it didn't matter because he couldn't actually build units in a timely manner or remember that Archons exist. In fact, he was building a Templar Archive to spend his 2,000 fucking gas at the end, like every stupid-ass Protoss around this level. Hey, Revenant. But you didn't know about half of his bases. Holy shit. Even in whatever sort of Teletubby-level fantasy world you're living in, this is a severe lack of information. But good job on that. You, my friend. By the way, shame on you.
Shame.
It's almost like
Shame.
it's almost locked in.
Shame.
There were a lot of bad habits there. You did eventually like it's a C+. It's a like you may eventually get to Diamond. Eventually enough players will be AFK for 5 minutes after you shoot yourself in the foot for you to limp to Diamond. But it'll be a arduous journey. I have a fairly consistent problem maxing out Roach Hydra and not having the space for lurkers. What's the best way to make space? Not lean on the Selectal Army hotkey so much you can't split off 20 supply to attack a different base or something. It's not live. Yeah, this is not live. He's not responding to the stupid comments in chat, so it's not live. Every stream I do is a rerun. What's the best way to get good at using spellcasters? Religious. Well, 1, play defensive, and 2, force yourself to use them. Unbind the Selectal Army hotkey, and also play defensive. And I don't mean sit on 2 base. I mean try to take a 4th earlier than you're used to, and only defend it with some storms. Like, if you're trying to do a timing attack, and sometimes it works, you're always in a weird spot. But if you're forced to use, like how many Protoss, for example, or Zergs, but you're probably Protoss, or Terran, I guess. Ghosts are a little different. But actually building the units. Like, a lot of Terrans don't build Ghosts until well after they've already lost because they didn't have Ghosts. Or most Zergs don't build Vipers until either 1... like, they've already lost a bunch of Vipers and didn't micro them, or 2, it's already too late to matter. Like, you need to be a little greedy and then use your spellcasters to defend, and that way it's kind of a sink or swim situation. Either use the spellcasters, and if you watch pro games, a lot of pro players rely on, well, I can defend this base if I have a Viper and 20 supply of units, like a few Lurkers or something, or if I have a few Ghosts and Bio, but if I have not built any Ghosts and he has 30 charge lots, well, then I have a problem. Like, thank you, Revenite. Go SC, 2 months. I would consider, like, Liberators and tanks, and, like, to an extent, just general Protoss unit compositions to be kind of the same way. Like, these are active things you need to do that usually, at best, lower-level players are passive about. Thank you, Revenant. Go SC. Aradim ZZ10199. What do we have? Let me just line up the next. That was Blodker. We got Cheese and Pickles Cool Face, which you're gonna have to summarize by just Cool Face. Insane, Vulpine, SQB, Buttons. If that would click. There you go. You got Lieutenant, there are too many of these. Are you playing Age of Empires today? Yeah, if people would stop paying me money. But unfortunately, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I know. Yeah, notice how you aren't subbed and you want to see Age of Empires? Like, it's fine. Thanks for chilling. But also,
Oh, good.
thank you, Charfo.
Now I have your attention.
Mom, I'm on the TV.
Gonna be a 7-hour vid? No, it's only been like 3 hours. It'll probably be 2 more. I was hoping it'd be under 3 hours, but I always hope it'll be under 3 hours, and that's essentially never the case. Which means I'm either too good or too bad at my job, or maybe somewhere in between. A little bit of both. Anyways, I'll be right back one moment. Quick advertisement. Hey everybody! Subscribe with Twitch Prime and all your dreams will come true.
New subscriber detected.
Hey everyone! Welcome back! I'm Winter, and I'm here to talk to you about Prime Gaming. Did you know that with Prime Gaming you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice every month for free? If you don't subscribe today, it's like losing money for me. So, subscribe with Prime Gaming, or in so many other exciting ways, like Apple Pay. You can get ripped off on an iPhone if you don't use a browser, but don't worry, all you Android fans, you also get ripped off, but not as much, for using your Android. It costs more. It just does, because they take a cut of it. So, ideally use it on browser. So, make sure to subscribe or you're losing money for me. So what? So that's it. That's the end. That's the end. Wrap it up. Let's go. You paid me for 30 seconds. Let's move on. Thank you.
New subscriber detected.
Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you, B.O.R.E. for the sub. Trexer as well. Strangelit, Malty, I see gift and the Sparking TV. Charfa, Mick Drowin, ZZ101999, Erdeem, GoGo SC, and Revenite, and Jim Tim. Glad y'all still enjoy. He has 68 APM. So close. So close. So it's a platinum protest. Is the second pylon early, on time, or is it late? If Twitch chat is right, I'll give 3 subs to the chat. And remember, almost everyone, because religiously now, people are building it. Like, they're like, oh, I listened to the stupid fucking... Anyway, I'll be right back. Listen. Still. Why you gotta stereotype him? Thank you for sticking around. Also, when is this game from? 12th of October. Well, I mean, he did provide some more context. So, let me do the math. That was a little while ago. Let me look at his account. Let us see if he has played more than that. Because otherwise, we kind of know. The answer is yes, he has. I don't know why this is the one we're looking at. He's played a lot more than that, actually. But this is the game we're watching. Be funny if chat has to guess the league at the end. That would be fun. Maybe I should mix that in more often. Just to see how dumb chat is. What the fuck? What are you doing? Oh yeah, I need to take my... Where are you going? What the fuck is this? That second pylon is on time, but that is... So, the pylon efficiency and necessary infrastructure safety, or the PENIS rating, a lot of players, like, they might get their pylon on time, but why there? Like, pylons are kind of an important part. The placement, not just the timing. The timing is wrong, by the way. The build is wrong. We are missing at least one probe, but, and in the either way. But, like, that's a, oh, I gotta get a pylon! That's, just like everyone else we've seen, that's the takeaway, is get your second pylon. Believe it or not, in a 1 minute hit #1 platinum single, if you would, rap track, like I laid down, you don't have enough time specifically for nuance. But that's what was obviously lacking. Ah yes, the gate of stupidity. You know what? From now on, I'm calling this, my working title is Gateway to Stupidity. The gateway, like, oh, my build is fucked up, so I have more minerals than I'm supposed to, so I'll just add a gateway in at a random time. This gateway will be done when Warp Gate is 2/3 done, thus making it either useless or a waste of money that should have been used on probes or eventually on tech. The reason we got too many minutes, like, oh no, I couldn't have, like, the assimilator's late, we didn't build enough probes, like, it's the gateway to shame. It's not necessarily indicating you have no idea what you're doing, but it's a strong lean towards it. On top of the long distance mining. The long distance mining, like the fact, you know, it's illegal. It's illegal to go over 16, even though you technically mine perfectly fine and still significantly better than long distance mining right up until 24 probes. It's just 16 is the most efficient, but you can add more and still be way better than long distance. 60, it goes red. It turns red. I was a proponent. I actually brought this up multiple times at the community summits, which I doubt we'll be having many more of. But it should be yellow. From 17 to 24, it should be yellow, because idiots like this are going to see it turns red at 17 and do long-distance mining and getting their probes killed. But I don't think that was ever a priority. In co-op, it goes up to 24. In co-op, it gives you the max amount. Because, like, in fun, that's true, right? Like, in co-op, it gives you 3 times, because technically three workers can work a mineral patch. It's just there's some downtime. In co-op, it would have said 24. Because fucking casuals play co-op, whereas multiplayer players are supposed to know efficient shit. But what that really does is get weirdly, uselessly perfectionist players like this long-distance mining with probe number 17. Oh, I'm sorry, are we supply blocked? Are we cool face? Why are you building this pylon? Didn't it say 24 back in Wings of Liberty? No, it didn't. It didn't say jack shit until Legacy of the Void. Just like the Selecto Army hotkey didn't exist until Heart of the Swarm. I'm wondering why this pylon is being built. I think it's laziness. I did not ask you. Nor would I. But, thank you. For a battery and warping. So you're saying you should have a pylon down here.
Now I have your attention.
I agree. Can you tell me what I'm saying without me saying it? Can you tell me what I'm saying right now, Cheese and Pickles? Should have been my second. There you go. There's hope. There's hope. You might be like, well, how am I supposed to know that? Maybe watch a single game of professional StarCraft at any time. Or even my games. Do you think starting with 9 workers would have been easier? What the fuck are you talking about? But that is the reasoning. This pylon shouldn't have been here. This pylon shouldn't have been there. Remember, pylon efficiency and necessary infrastructure safety. And neither of those are efficient. Are you fucking supply blocked? Oh, okay. I don't know. I should have broken these out earlier, but that's definitely a strike. Holy fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? So what's your build? What tech are you going for? Because the most important thing, as I detail in all my guides, for a Protoss player, is to have a direction for at least their first tech. Like, whatever it is. And not a forge. Not a forge. Robo to start. So where the fuck is the robo? Where's that robo? You say robo to start, always. This is not robo to start. This is 3 gates and then a robo. No, they're not interchangeable. You have 150 gas and you should have more, but you took your second gas slate. Which would be fine if you actually built the fucking robo. It's not like, I'll build some gates and then I'll get a robo. It's, go robo. You're asking Platt to have a direction? Yes, I am. I usually am disappointed. And thus, angry coach. Like, back in the day, I did regular coaching. We'll be doing that again, but for about 20 times what I was charging at the time. I used to do coaching for like 10, 15 bucks an hour before I was mildly, like, as E-famous. But half the time, people didn't show up, including me. And the other half the time, like, it could have been solved by looking at one replay instead of having to talk to someone. This month, though, a couple people have taken me up on the 200 bucks an hour, so we'll do that. But, like, here, this is not a build. This never, like, at no point could you be like, I have a build. And this isn't Age of Empires either, where it takes, like, 8 minutes before a build is an actual thing. Otherwise, it's the same thing essentially copy-pasted. No, no, no. We're 3 minutes in, and this is... There was never... We haven't even started on track. By the way, why do we need batteries? Explain to me why we need batteries. Or any amount of them in any place.
Angry coach shenanigans.
Thank you, Audio Rando. To charge your cell phone, that's fair. Because there was some scouting. Thanks for sounding it out for us, that whole thought process. Because Terrans often send early bio.
Follower. Is that all?
You know what else is good against early bio? Immortals. Which I bet you'd want to build. Get the fuck out of here. This is a fucking disaster. I don't care about the rest. I want you to break down this game. This game is going to give me a breakdown. What the fuck was that? It's like, no. Now I need... Okay, I get my battery, and then I get gate 2. Okay. And now I get gate 3. Okay. And now I get gate... Wait. 4. What the fuck? 0 scouting. I'm just assuming the Terran is doing something. With 0 scouting and 0 build. That's all you got. So figure that one out. Whose fucking barcode bullshit is this? By the way. That is, we're on the wrong end of this. That was terrible. Like, he did not fight the Terran at all. And the biggest disservice, like for entertainment value, I could go on. But that is just not a build. That's just not. There is no build. He's just building random gateways and pylons. And since the Terran didn't actually attack, he's just going to keep doing that. If he can't make it through 4 minutes without having a tech building under 0 pressure, well, guess what? I'd have nothing else for you. What are we fucking looking at here? Insane Vulpine. I assume you're ins? Yes. Wow. That Diamond TVT spam. You know what? You win this game, but it's the last game you played, and it's 17 minutes. Which seems like, yeah, I had my suspicions. Huh. Almost no supply blocks, and look at that graph. Do you coach Masters? The overlap of people who are Masters Plus that watch me and who could actually benefit from coaching is low, and even lower are the ones who both watch me, are Masters Plus, and have disposable income. So the answer is yes, but also no.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Is he here, by the way? I don't... Oh, like, we didn't get... we did get confirmation. Never mind. I'm stupid. It was the account name. Using the Manx announcer.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
You... Let him steal your gas. Come on. Let him steal your gas. Let it go. Let him do it.
SCV ready.
If he wants to do it, just enjoy it.
Command center.
Either way is fine.
SCV ready.
The fuck? Oh, killed the probe.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
An upgraded command center?
So usually the Hellion is used to scout. But that's like... He's been consistently producing workers, so much so that he's actually almost even with a Protoss, which actually shouldn't happen because his Nexus is quicker, there's time spent building an orbital. So that means he's mostly on point. Why not build the barracks at the bottom as part of the wall? Because then it's part of the wall. Yeah, in the natural, but then it would be part of the wall at the natural. I don't think you're understanding me. Because then it would be part of the wall and they could shoot at it, is the implication. He doesn't have Zerglings. But, and also, on this side of the map, his add-ons would be exposed, but that's still not even worth... Like, it's not a consideration. Maybe engineering base. Maybe. What did we see? Nothing. But I don't mind the build, and the SCV production is quite good. Why is there a constant bunker at the net? Because Protoss are too good. Like, if you want to go Reaper, or even if you don't, Protoss have gotten too good. Even in Diamond, not so much in Diamond, but at the pro level, the Adept and Stalker micro is too good. Like, you just build a bunker. Honestly, I feel like bunkers are underutilized. Still. But for a while, like, the sign of a Pro Terran was never scouting and never building a bunker and then just fucking dying like 12% of the time when they attack you. Otherwise, usually you're fine and you get, like, marginally more minerals, but essentially it's a buffer against parting and players like him. I don't...
Invest in the supply depot quickly. This better be about to get heavy.
Ready for dust off.
So now we're lacking in SCV production somewhat. But overall, the trajectory of the build, like, the timing of the production, which is the biggest struggle for Diamond Terrans, in my opinion. That and being little bitches. Maybe more the second one. But the timing of the production is usually a big actual in-game issue. But the timing is on point. Of course, there's been no pressure. But that's the best case scenario. You're under no pressure. You're able to pull off your build without stumbling too much.
Ready for dust.
A Ghost Academy and an Armory. Wow. Okay. That's not like a, you can't do that. That's a, religious, you goddamn Terrans. Let me get back to my build. All these Terrans with, like, okay, we got 13 depot, we got 16 refinery, and then, but it's a very, it's all mapped out. Like, I'm following Big Gabe's 12-minute build. And sure, that's better than that's better than whatever we saw last game, which is Gateway. Pylon. Like, it's better. It's very different, but it's better.
Done. Now, show me results.
I don't, like, there's no even criticism part. If you pull it off, great. Like, if you follow Big Gabe's build order, and you're not under any pressure, and you pull it off, great job. I'm using him as an example. I don't know if it's this build exactly, but he actually writes some builds on spawning tool and all that. An appropriately timed scan while not being supply blocked, not building SCVs. The big weakness is during all this not building SCVs. He's spending his money. But he scanned before walking into the army. Yes, I'm giving him compliments. He deserves it. So far. And while he's not building SCVs, he's spending most of his money. I don't know where it's going, but mostly to units.
Command center upgrade. I'll be by for inspection.
Great scan. Oh, and now the moment of truth. An actual fight. That's a little dicey. The Raven actually got the anti-armor missile. And there we go. Honestly, though, it's not too huge of a gap, at least yet. But welcome now. The classic. And this is what makes Diamond Diamond. Rarely, like a lot of players, no matter how many times I or whoever points it out, it's not about what's happening on the screen. It's the production tab or anywhere else. That's what defines the difference between even like second tier and first tier pros. Have you ever seen this part of the screen when Hero Marine plays? It's insane. I think I want to actually bring up an example of that. Let's see. I bet he has like a guide or something. But like when he's fighting. Oh my god. He has a build from 2 months ago with like the lowest. Just to ignore. Actually, you don't need to ignore anything.
Yo, hello again, everybody. This time I'm gonna bring in.
Is he actually?
Like,
oh, it's a
what I'm
replay.
doing here is really annoying for him because he doesn't know.
Boring. I want to see. Here's just. He's just playing ladder on this one.
Yo,
I just want an example. Okay.
let's see if we
What
can
I
do
want you
this.
to watch is the center of the screen.
Possible.
The center middle.
That was a little dangerous for a second because I wasn't paying
And
attention.
watch
He
his
wanted to
production.
Get the jump on me right there. But with the siege tank advantage that I have here, we should be able to really, do a good job.
Big game with big.
There we go.
Oh my god, you guys can hear it on that side. I'm
He's
sorry.
gonna try and
I
defend
fucked it up.
now, like he's
My
gonna stay very
bad.
defensive.
Here. One
We can
more.
do this.
I just picked a random. I haven't watched this. I don't know what this game is, but
That was a little dangerous for a second because I wasn't paying attention, and he wanted to get the jump on me right there. But with the siege tank advantage
just
that I have here,
the
be
production.
able to really, do a good job.
He's in the middle of a fight.
There we go.
What is he doing?
Jump on him. He's gonna try and defend now, like he's gonna stay very defensive. Looks like he didn't macro very well because he has like another Commandant already.
He's
done.
trash talking his
Stop
opponent's
on-
macro while doing all this, by the way.
Looks like he was a little bit all over the place.
Of course,
which
he's
is
a
why I
sweaty
guess
boy
I was
using the
able to
Korean sound
fight
pack
earlier.
for his units.
Pretty much, I don't want to be too, like, I need to do something.
I did that for a while. It just, so I had to do some stuff where you could actually hear the English, but he's using the Korean localization. Which is a classic strat. But I just wanted to give some sort of demonstration there. And I think that worked pretty well. Now we're getting to the product. You don't want to lose the fight and then build more units. You always want to have another army ready to go. He said he does it so he doesn't get distracted. That's why I use the Castor Park announcer a lot. Because that way when he's yelling about my supply blocks, it's not in English. Wow. Now that fight went bad, but the Widow Mines really finished the job there.
A mineral
SCV ready.
So this is where, like, if 65 SCVs is good, I guess there's no fourth, so it's not a huge impact. But that's on the very lowest end of okay economy. You lose any SCVs and you're dropping under your potential income, even on 3 base. And that's why SCVs are important. I don't know what the fuck the Protoss is doing. He's going Tempest for some reason.
your upgrade mineral new add-on complete.
So the focus in the fights is not good. Like, he's microing, but most of the time he's microing, it's just hurting him. Like, ghosts and, like, you gotta stim, ideally drop EMPs, but trying to micro and kill a Colossus or something is almost never the call unless you have overwhelming units. It's better to just... Like, the macro is where I'd expect a decent diamond player. That decision making on looking for hidden bases, I'm a little impressed. This is lower diamond as well, from what I understand. The decision making is there, for the most part. I like the not respecting Tempest, by the way. Tempest counter Liberators. That's what they do. If he's building Tempest without without Liberators existing, then he's just dumb, because that dies to Marines. I'm glad we didn't, like, both the scanning and the decision making, as well as the not respecting the Tempest. By just, instead of building, like, transitioning into some sort of Tempest counter, no, it's just some random ass Tempest. Is it helping that he's so decisive? That is good, yes. I'm saying his micro is bad, so maybe he needs to choose a little better based on his speed. But it's better to lose a fight quickly than to draw it out for 30 seconds while your opponent's going to end up with an advantage at the end anyways. Like, the fights he's losing pretty quick. Okay, can't win tonight. Well, maybe you should stop fucking going Tempest. I'm gonna give that one, especially for, like 37, what is that, Diamond 2, maybe? Either way. Well, I can't get mad at... That looked like a Diamond player who needs to tighten it up a bit. It's an A-. It's an A- for me. But I can't fault any of the decision making. It wasn't a great game to show what happens if anything bad happens, but some games, like, it'll just kind of be a 5 minutes of a macro phase. So, I give him credit for that. That looked good. And he's not even in the chat. I think he just sent it in and then fucked right off, which is a lot of confidence there. Or maybe, like, he had to sleep like a normie. Who knows? Good time management is important in StarCraft. Why are you sending this in, Mr. Buttons? I don't know who else to turn to. For what? Because somebody said stupid things on the internet? Are we just doing a blind one base here? Uh-huh. Okay. Now there's a probe somewhere.
Add-on complete. Additional.
I'm not saying it's a bad build. I'm saying I lose respect for people who do it. One base not... Wow, he's even going drilling claws. Oh my god. Like, it's so stupid that it can work, but it's a dumb build.
Add-on.
Once again, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's just dumb.
Your forces are under attack.
It's one of those builds that never should do as much as it does. It never has any right to. Not a huge Widowmine fan. Well, we're gonna go... I mean, we're not here for coaching. I already know that. So, like...
Research. Additional supply add-on complete.
No, this is like Masters, but he's not here for coaching. Also, my coaching would be do a real build. But this is here. I already checked. The chat is full of the chat. It's here for the chat, as you'd expect, just attention gathering. It's gonna be bad, but not so bad that I question whether I'll get banned. Just so I can point out, if you use this language, I think very little to none of you. And in fact, would never want it. Not our hero here. He's fine. But just unoriginal at best.
Mineral. Your forces are under attack.
Usually, I'd add in like, do we already have Hellbats? Yeah, more Hellbats. At some point, he's gonna have a Death Ball potentially. The Widowmines don't always like. You need some meat for your tanks, pretty much. Well, you already did too much economic damage, so it's fine. But like, in a more even game, more Hellbats. I know he has carriers, but usually you just spam Vikings for that. But if he has, if he's been hit this hard, it doesn't matter too much. In Age, we very, very rarely get those kind of people. Yeah, because those people have had personal interactions with 95% of the Age community for longer than this game has existed.
Additional. Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, this is why. Oh, now we're Viking spamming. Okay.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Like, it's not bad execution, but I think this game could have easily gone the other way still if the Banshees hadn't killed, like, dozens of probes. I think with mech, it was kind of in between turtle mech and a timing. And like, you gotta be aiming for 200 supply of either Tank Thor or, like, Hell Clone. This was just kind of throwing shit in. It works eventually. And Sky Toss actually isn't great against mech at all. But Thors are pretty great.
Mineral field completed.
I don't like your build. Just like personally. Not professionally, but personally, I hate your build.
Depleted.
And once again, because of how I feel about it, not because it's bad. I'm sure you understand. So, if you tell me at this point, I'll honestly believe you. But are you not killing him because... Did you not kill him 4 minutes ago because you wanted to go battle cruisers because you thought that would make him more mad? Or did you legitimately think, okay, now I need to go battle cruisers? I mean, I guess it could be both. It probably is some of both. But which one more? I legitimately was tryharding. Yeah, you did. Like what you've done 3 or 4 times was kill a critical amount of probes and then sit in your base for long enough that he bounced back. Your units take longer to build. Like if you just did, you can't let him get back on his feet. He's done that like 3 times. You've killed dozens of probes and bases as well. Like you've either killed or killed all the probes at, and then you kind of just let him get his probes back. He's at 90 probes now. You've killed 60, well, it's been a while, but you gotta put the production together quicker. And the answer to Sky Toss is not Battlecruiser, because that's the only unit composition that has built-in, if he had made Tempest, he should have made Tempest is the answer, but it has built-in, if he already had carriers, he could build Tempest, which means this was a questionable choice at best. Well, what else do you build? Well, you build like Viking, Widowmine, Thor, which is what was working before. And now, we started going battle cruisers and things got a lot more difficult. I mean, that's kind of the point. I think he wasn't rolling on the floor laughing. I doubt it. So, there's very few people to, like, look at and be like, that's how you play mech against Protoss. Well, I don't like the opener. I don't think it was bad. That was the correct responses, of course. Thank you. You were ahead of the curve on that one. So, overall, like, I mean, it transcends it, right? But that was a pretty... I think the battlecruisers were a mistake, even though they ended up working. But you had... Maybe in games like that, actually check the real... Like, it's like a B. Because you missed so many opportunities to actually kill him. But overall, the execution was good enough. So... Though we weren't here for that. We now have Lieutenant Cheese, who is a Platinum Protoss. Will he build random gateways and pylons, or will he have something that resembles a plan? We'll find out. Oh yeah, we gotta put that one in the all right column. And you weren't a total bitch? I will give you that. Also, I do enjoy seeing mech. Maybe I should do more one-base Widow Mine traps. At least he's not playing Zerg. His opponent is. His opponent is named Don't Care. And is a Platinum Zerg, so... At least he's honest. Oh my god. Okay. 10 points to Lieutenant Cheesendor. He remembered that after you build the pylon, now this isn't the most efficient way to do it at all. But at least, which is the first time tonight someone has remembered what they're going to build after the pylon. Or after the gate or whatever. Like, he actually was like, oh yeah, and then pretty soon, I'm gonna have to build a gate. And that's the first time we've seen that, so... Thank you for bringing us this. He slaps down. If you put down a forge, you're going to disappoint me so much right now. Okay. Okay. Oh, well. There's always more opportunities. Why? Why? This is better than a forge, I guess. I always go for 2 adept opening. I still am asking the same, so I can put pressure. Buttons, okay. In context and in comparison, your build was fine. I mean, you do you. It's not what I would do, nor what I would recommend, but what do I know? I'm not here to coach anyone. Wow, thank you? No, that's not a thank you. That's a, don't worry. You're not the worst. Did you just hardwall? Maybe. I think there might, like, it looks like there's a gap, but it's kind of hard to I think, no, I'm pretty sure. Let's wait and see. It looks, it's not the correct way to wall off with 3 buildings. That's definitely true. But we will see. You can usually have them in a straight line. But now we're going to get a nexus. Okay. We haven't yet figured out if it is a hard wall. I guess we are. So what I'm trying to say is this build is stupid and I hate it. And yes, it might work because it's a platinum Zerg. He's either going to see the adepts and not stop building Zerglings for the rest of the game, or he's going to lose like 12 drones. There is no in-between, otherwise this wouldn't be platinum. But, like, your entire build gets you behind economically against a Zerg who understands, oh, I just build, like, 8 Lings. This is technically better against Ling Floods. If he comes to me right now and he's like, I do Adepts, and then I wall off like this, which, okay, I know what it is. Immortals and Stalkers can't get out. Usually it's just the Archons that are too thick, but Immortals and Stalkers definitely can't get out of here. And if it's a hard wall, yeah, that's way better against Ling Floods. But I don't think Lieutenant Cheese Dota 2 is coming in here saying, like, what I do is I bait out the Ling Flood, and then I've already set up my wall in perfectly to defend it, and therefore, the economic risk I'm taking and going for these 2 rando-ass Adepts is offset by the fact I can dictate the pace of the game. Is that it? Is that what we're doing? Like, you can get in. You can kill dozens of, like, this is the in-between. You either kill a dozen drones or the adepts just die. Sorry. 11. You can't rely on that. The point is, just because it works doesn't mean it's smart. I think there are plenty of examples of that in many places. Just because it actually gets you ahead doesn't mean it was a good idea or a sound plan. But yeah, sure. Feels like you did something. So
New subscriber detected.
WNTR brain.
thank you, Dogs Rules, for 57 months. I just don't enjoy it. Research all done. Those stalkers can't get out. I like the select all army to try to kill the Overlord. Oh my... What? Bullshit! Strike 2 for me. We were on 1 strike, right? What the fuck? Fucking what the fuck? Well, I guess I just have no idea how to wall off. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's strike 2. My walls are too advanced. Yeah, I guess so. They have like the new phasing technology where they just clip through 2 different gateways. A little supply blocked. We'll fix that. We're gonna go ahead and get everything else. Yeah, there's like, what is the plan? You're gonna go 2 gate charge lot? You're gonna warp in 2 charge lots at a time? Was that the follow-up to the 2 adept pressure? At least you have a plan. Like, it's not much of a plan at all, but at least you got a Robo and a Twilight, and we're freestyling from there. I got 2 adepts, yada yada yada. Charge. What is happening? What are we... Okay. I mean, that's the second best place to almost put a 3rd. Why use a high ground that has potentially a straight up wall and a ramp when you could just put it on the low ground, which has surface area from almost 270 degrees? I mean, I've seen maybe 1 to 2 pro players out of thousands of games. Okay, hundreds place it there. So, what led you to believe this was the place to put the Nexus? This can't have been the first game on this map. I've gotten in the bad habit to expand in a line. Two gates at a... We're warping at 2 zealots at a time! What? Why don't we have more gates, sir? Why don't we build more gates? They charge too much. No, we're gonna get a Templar like, this is the opposite problem. Instead of forgetting the Templar archives, we're gonna build 1 Archon every 30 seconds, and that is it. For units, that's it. That's the whole docket. Watch an Archon fit, and a 4, so that Archon, those 3 Archons will be very well upgraded. I bet Archons can fit through that wall for some trans-dimensional reason. I don't... Uh-huh. 2. 2 oh. Uh-oh. Shit. Okay. 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 Oh, wow. Okay, so he doesn't want my advice. So I'm not going to give it. I'm just going to comment. This is obviously no interest in really improving, though you're in the right direction. Like, you're not doing things entirely wrong. You're just actively doing them not right. Don't ask me what the difference is. I don't want to describe it anymore. But we start researching Storm, and then what do we warp in? A Stalker. But Winter, I need anti-air now, and Storm's not done. That is true. I'm not gonna follow that up anymore. If those 7 Stalkers are just well upgraded enough, it'll be fine. So I would say if you're building probes in a timely manner, you want to go up to 8 gates. Well, there's no build where you're not going Stargate that you sit on 2 gates. It's at least 3, and don't quote me the 2-gate Blink Stalker builds. Never do those unless, like, you're 6,000 MMR. None of that. And by the way, those exist for the 98% of you that know. That didn't know, rather. Like, those gates needed to be well before the 3rd, especially you slaughtered a dozen, give or take, drones. And you're like, now I can do whatever I want. You didn't kill every drone. What if he does... I would have thought a bunch of Zerglings. Somehow he decided not to do that. He, like an idiot Platinum Zerg, which idiot Platinum Zergs do. Where are those roaches he built? Was that a different game? Did he attack with... No, he built 2 roaches. Where are they? The fuck knows. He just built random roaches at the start when nothing was happening. Which is a classic Platinum Zerg play, as we saw earlier. But, like, what if he attacked... Anyway. 2-gate Blink is just to be able to defend, like, get a 3rd early while still having some units to defend against a 1-1-1.
Could you let this happen? Research complete, but have we learned?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Until we get Blink, everything will stop. And this is why every other Metal Leaguer thinks mutas are actually good. Because as soon as any amount of mutas show up, everything else stops. For both players, by the way. It's muta time, bitches! Okay, no. Yes. Okay, thank God. Reality exists. The Archon doesn't fit. Thank God. Oh, I was losing it. That was maybe not the best way to use a Warp Prism. By the way, hotkeys exist, but whatever. Like, let's not pretend we were going to use them. At least I think he knows the Select All Warp Gate hotkey as well as Select All Army, which are really the only ones you need. This is how we imagined it. But, let's once again look over that in practice. Yeah, there are 2 Nexi on a hotkey, which is 2/3 as good as it could be. But what it actually looked like was... What it looks like is if there were 4 Archons, the game would already be over. That's what it looks like to me. So what do we build? After all that, no Archons in that fight, just a bunch of Stalkers and some Storm. We have our House Archon, and that is it. He doesn't like, or it doesn't like, competition. If a whole army and 10 stalkers couldn't cut it, let's warp in more stalkers.
An upgrade's been complete.
By the way, like 8 gates probably isn't enough even with only 60
Enemies in your
probes.
base. We're looking
Oh
for
yeah,
our-
Stargate. How about fucking Archon? How about that?
Your probes are under attack.
Oh, the House Archon. Oh my god. I bet he still wins at the end. Probably because he remembers Archon. We're going Phoenix. Okay. You know what's cheaper? Archons.
Army under attack.
It's cheaper than building 3 Stargates and continually building units out of them, and you have to micro Phoenix to an extent.
They're attacking your base.
It's like, but that's the best way to get to carriers.
Give them some trouble.
Jesus Christ. Oh no, he's just fucking dead. Because he didn't build any Archons.
Just another
Okay.
replay to send in.
Well, good job sending that in. Yeah, that was shit. Your build is terrible. Your decision making is terrible. Your unit composition is terrible. Your ability to not have a mental breakdown when mutas exist is terrible. But, like, I think there's a decent baseline. But I think you're reaching, like you said you were gold, now you're plat. Congratulations on playing a few dozen games, which is more than most people can say. But I think we're kind of capping out. That's a C+. And also, shame on you.
Shame.
Like, just because you're
Shame.
37 years old doesn't mean you
Shame.
can learn something new. But it probably does. I guess I'm the wrong kind of person to play StarCraft? Yeah, usually people who succeed in StarCraft are those that take any amount of time to learn things, analyze their own mistakes, and try to develop on them. And a lot of people don't fit that bill. Shame. Don't go 2-gate adept. Honestly, that wasn't a big problem. The problem was going 2-gate adept and then having a big blank at the end. It's like, and now having any build will get you to plat. That was technically a build. We got Ditto Rancher. I'm literally incapable of anything. We're not sure who Ditto Rancher is. Yeah, it's one of them. Diamond something. I'm Silver Dollar. Diamond Terran? Of course you are. Here we go again. We're still at only 1 in the total bitch column. So, but I'm happy to add to it. And I think this is a prime opportunity. What's the criteria? What's the criteria for becoming a total bitch? When you're a total bitch. It's all, like, it's overwhelmingly Terrans who lose a fight and think they've lost the game. Because at around, I'm gonna say around fucking 2500 MMR, Terrans go from turtling until the end of their life to, well, I guess I've lost because I only have Terran units and those aren't very good. And also Big Gabe complains again about Protoss, or at least implies that Protoss is too OP, so therefore I can't beat Protoss.
Whoops. You forgot no more
SCV ready.
He does that. Big Gabe does that while being like rank 3 GM.
SCV
and streaming, by the way. It's like, I almost didn't beat that guy because Protoss is so stupid.
They're attacking your base. Start freaking out. Your command center's been spruced up.
What am I missing? Wait a second. Okay, you agree.
Build a depot.
It's a banger. Okay, the Reaper got in. How amazing. Oh, you did other things. Very proud.
Add-on complete.
I don't care. Well, the only thing about losing the Reaper is he didn't actually, well, there was nothing to scout. But he didn't try. He just left the Reaper there like, I'm happy with what it's doing. He didn't actually scout for this pylon. So at the worst, because the Protoss is also incompetent, he didn't have his tech yet. Actually, no, it's not that late for tech, to be honest. But at least he would know where the pylon is, and that's likely, if he were to scan, if he really needed to know, he would know that the tech is likely in the main. Now, who knows where the pylons go, though this is diamond, so we're assuming that the pylons mean something, as opposed to, I have too many minerals because my build is bad. But it's better than staring at it and trying to micro so hard and killing one more probe and then losing it anyway. By the way, good scan. Though that Reaper could have done some of that. It's a little early to be scared. That usually the Hellion in this build is sent out as a scout. That's what. But I'd rather you scan than worry about any micro. You see, look at there's Kybrit, who literally doesn't have the mental capacity for more than 10 skill points, and then we have. Let me get out my notepad again. 100%. All these Terrans. I'm 1/3 Terran. Okay. But all these, especially Diamond, but just generally Terrans. Look at this. Look at how tight this build is. The fucking Protoss S game is like 2-gate adept and fuck off. And then the Protoss before him was like 1-gate, then 2-gate, then 3-gate, then 4-gate, then something else. It's not, I don't fucking know. And then the last 3 Terrans were like, well, this is you thermals fucking, I'm gonna complain about Protoss on Twitter and then actually learn how to play build. Which where you go for the 7, you rally into the gas, and then you do a drop with a fucking battle cruiser. Like, I don't... What the fuck? Terrans are also the most... Part of it, I think, comes from Terrans are the only race that is capable of following a build order almost to the exact supply count. Because the other races are a little more flexible on, like, exactly how many drones or queens, or, like, how many units you warp in at this time. Whereas Terran, the way production is kind of rigid. Like, you can't suddenly get 12 more Marines. You gotta plan for it, so it has to be planned further in advance. Okay, just a little thing here, besides the supply block about to come up. I know there's a depot finishing, not enough of them. He didn't salvage the bunker. And you're like, oh, so he didn't get the money back. No, I like that he didn't add that detail, because I get so annoyed when even pro players do it. I'm like, Big Gay, who's a scapegoat a lot of the time tonight. Did you really need those 75 minerals more than the 7 SCVs you just lost to 4 charge lots in your natural? Did you? Was it that big a deal? And to him, he would be like, well, yes, of course. Like, I needed the 75 minerals in order to be able to get my command center, which was also canceled by the same fucking charge lot, so I don't get it. Where's the Raven? The Raven! The Raven! Okay. What are you doing with the Raven? Are you gonna do something? Just gonna sit there? Why didn't you attack the third? The Raven's here. Okay. Why are both like the fuck? Where did he go? He's about to kill all your shit. He's just like, no, and don't tell your friends what happened here. Lucky you. Okay, so the Raven was a bit of a stretch, but I appreciate that you didn't just... Wait, is the Raven dead? Never mind. At some point, it just flew in. Like, you can use the mineral wall or something. It's just you're attacking up a ramp into the natural. That implies you think you can kill him. If you don't think you can kill him, don't attack into the most defensible location for him on the map. Like... If you think you can end the game, you do that. If you think you're not going to and I don't think, based on your third command center, armory, and additional production, you expected that to be a game-winning attack.
Your command center. You are now upgrades done.
Why are we building a bunch of okay. Prisms are scary. I mean, I don't mind having a turret, but one turret doesn't even stop a prism. Like, one turret strongly suggests that prism should learn a better path. But you can actually just fly right by it, in most scenarios, so... The third is also up a ramp? Is it? Is it, though? It's like, well, there's a mineral wall. Yeah, and that means his units can't walk through it! And you have medevacs and tanks! Thank you, McGenius. He already mined it out because he knows it's a threat. If tanks were on the other side of that, it would become very difficult. But instead, he attacked up a ramp.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field upgrade.
I appreciate the diligence with the depots. So much diligence, in fact, like, you don't need the depots. But, that is a great fight. This is a great fight. I don't care about the, like, the Vikings are managed slightly different. Drop it down after the collapse. Like, that was significantly better, obviously. So my criticism would be, well, I think you already feel like you've won, and you're right. 68 SCVs is not enough. You just kind of stopped at some point. You might be, well, technically it's enough, but because it's just enough means it's not enough. 75, 80, because at some point, what if he actually does attack you? The 2-2, by the way, you still only have 2-1. I don't care about his upgrades, he's a diamond player. But it should be 2-2. Tell me this is now over. Why is this 8 minutes longer? What the fuck? How do you fuck this up? Shield battery overcharged. No. Okay. Well.
Mineral field.
What are you doing?
Your command center.
You can just use a mule to mine through one of the patches. Maybe two. It's not like you're hurting. Storms? Well, that's why ghosts and liberators exist. Or just, like, not running everyone into the storm. Like, try not to run what the fuck? It's like, I was winning by 100 supply and then storm. No, there were a lot more steps there. Like, why are you building Vikings? What are the Vikings for? You know liberators come out of the same building. Fun fact. So this is the classic move, by the way. This is an absolute... This is one of the cornerstones of being a Diamond Terran. You remember liberators exist. About one fight too late. He is now building two liberators. Right as he loses the entirety of his lead. No, you build the liberators before you lose your whole army. That's when you build them. Like, if you took that winning fight at the 4th, that's when the liberators start. That's when they start, at the latest. You win a fight, or you get a good position in the mid-game, and now you build the late game. You don't keep building the mid-game, because he's getting better and better at countering that. The units that survive are better and better. So you don't keep building the same thing, because it gets less and less effective. You build more, better shit. Units that don't start with M exist. Tanks, by the way. That's the one. You know, it might not have been too late. If the Protoss had pressed the issue, maybe. But I think liberation is at hand. By the way, vehicle weapons, you gotta prioritize. Ship weapons are very important on the Liberator. It's not like a make or break. But a Liberator with +2 ship weapons, 2-shot Stalkers. It takes 3 shots otherwise. That's not negated by anything but like +3/+3 armor and shields. So, it's kind of a big... I think it's 1 less shot on Archons, but I'm not 100... I don't know on that one. All you needed to do was not get every single unit hit by storm. Like, you built the right units. All you have to do is not this. That's like... That literally just make it take 2 storms. Make half the Liberators get hit by... You know he's coming. Jesus Christ. As long as you don't whine about Protoss at the end, like, you know what you're supposed to do. This is the rare scenario where he actually does have to micro better. The decision making is not perfect, it's slow, and it definitely, like, he's not making the best choices, but he's making good choices. He knows what he's supposed to do. Eventually remember his upgrades and all that as well, but, like, God, like, you need to not lose your whole army to storm. There's no second choice. There's no second choice. This isn't fucking Louisiana. You don't have to be in the storm. Just don't. It's like, I don't know how. Well, don't. I don't have it, like, don't ever have all of your Liberators in one place at one time. Same with your, like, have at least a couple siege... I don't fucking know. I don't know. People figure it out.
Mineral field empty.
People have figured it. Even I've seen Gold Leaguers with better Liberator splits. Where do you think he is? The only way this ends up as total bitch is if he whines about Storm. After he just min-maxed the effectiveness of Storm. That was impressive, like. GG. Yeah, like... always have, like, 2 Liberators sieged, at least, I guess. I don't have a fix for running into Storm. For Bio. I do it sometimes. I don't have a fix. Overall, I liked it. Like, what is it? It's low diamond, but... So for low diamond... It's a B. It's a B. There were too many missing parts, including, like, the upgrades, the decision-making, yes, and the micro. There were too many, it was good, but there was a lot that can be improved. And by improved upon, I mean actually doing. Like, building Liberators or not losing all your units to Storm. Not doing something is doing something. We now have L for our last one of the night. Yeah, I see a lot of people who aren't subscribed supporting Age of Empires. Then again, I understand that subscribing is more like eventually building up. It's like dust, okay? And I'm not talking about DE dust. I'm talking about eventually it builds up over time and you're like, this shit is real dusty. I should probably dust it. And then you don't, but then eventually it just gets out of hand and you have to do it because you're having people over. And subscribing is much like that. After a certain amount of time, and a certain set of circumstances, or a certain motivation, you're like, you know what? Okay. I gotta...
have your attention.
But it doesn't happen usually in a day, unless you're a clean freak, which I am not, to the dismay of every one person who lives with me. Constant point of domestic dispute. But, that's how it is. It isn't the one event, but it's eventually over time. It's like, well, Winter streams for approximately 80 hours a week, and I like at least 46 of it, and I watch at least 32, and I've watched for 7 months, so that's approximately 32 times 4, because there are 4 weeks. You got 120. Does he take a vacation? He doesn't? No, of course not. He's a streamer, and he's in the U.S. He doesn't have health care. So, like, 128. And then you multiply that by 7, and at the end of the day...
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
And your bank account, because you should feel obligated to subscribe, because think of how much fucking free content. I barely get a tiny percentage of those ads. If you disable ad block for me, I consider you disabled. Let's be honest here. Though there are ways that they're finding better ways. But we don't run ads. Any ads you see are not mine, except for the ones that might be mine. Oh, to be clear, I have healthcare. It's just, let's not take a vacation. I don't get free vacation days, though I doubt streamers from the beautiful country of Europe do either. Thank you, Uncensored Thrack. Oh yeah, and now for the main event, which is 2 barcodes. In my immediate inclination from Al is, I'm a bit low rated, but clearly the other race is input. There's no way I did anything wrong here. I'm Zerg. So you beat a Grandmaster in, oh wow, Grandmaster's only 5,200 now? And you're both barcodes. So like, it took him 3 tries. I mean, I don't know the context that this game actually happened. It's 36 minutes long. The Terran is winning for like 30 minutes. If not all of it. But sure. He paid me $35 for this. We will suffer through. Like, let's be honest here. If you play on a barcode in the fucking Diamond League, I just assume your self-esteem issues are only rivaled by the ones that are actually keeping you from ranking up, and not the fact that people know who you are or what your beautiful name is. But instead, as you're playing a barcode, you have some sense of, well, it's really just that my amazing, incredible strats, which I have 74% fleshed out, those are the ones that are keeping... I'm going to become a huge, massive streamer, but I need to get to Grandmaster, and this is the best way to do it. If you're sitting there in Diamond like, I need to play under a barcode, as Zerg, by the way, and I'm not saying Zerg can't cheese, but it's definitely less of a, I guess, unless you are a one-trick pony, and shout out to No Regret, but he doesn't even play under a barcode. So I don't know what the excuse is. If you're just playing, maybe for Terran, it's Meckerbot. I'm giving you potential excuses to be a bitch. But I'm sorry, let's let it play out. He already said, GM Terran, question mark? He is fighting GM? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the context is for this. Remember, the Terran is just as likely to be playing unranked. Unranked can play against ranked. A lot of players, for better or for worse, have an unranked... Like, they play unranked on their main account because they're too lazy or don't feel like leveling up another one or whatever. And that MMR is separate. You can't see it, but it's part of the ranked ladder. And if you didn't know that and you're playing on a barcode, well, let's be honest, you didn't know enough to actually be good anyways. So... where does this leave us? This leaves us with two fuckboys playing StarCraft, one of them impressed by the other's rank, one way or another. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know who L is in the chat, so we'll just assume anybody who says stupid shit, by default, is them. It's just EL. L is in, like, Spanish L.
아군이 공격받고 있습니다.
That's Korean, but that's not Castor Park, and I don't know any of the other announcers.
Happy birthday to you.
That's not Korean, but it's definitely Korean. That's Caster John. So what does it say about someone that they choose Caster... I'm butchering it, John... over Castor Park? I don't know, it sounds pretty fun. He sings happy birthday to the queens. I don't even do that. Oh, this is Brood War. Okay. Wait, they did the Starcraft... why am I not... Is this the trio one? Or I think they each had an individual one as well. I mean, that, like, okay, you know what? No, what am I fucking saying? I'm like, why am I assuming this guy is Korean? That is one of the stupidest things I've ever done. Wait, can I see what server this was played on? I will look that up in a moment and see if I'm right or wrong. No, he's a barcode diamond Zerg. Like, he's just sweating out all his pores right now, and it's getting in his keyboard, and that's what's keeping him from getting to Masters. Like, if I think and I sound like a Korean, I can be a Korean, which is not as much of a dominant factor as it was 8 years ago, but I think there's a better than even chance that's what's happening here. So it's straight up like it's a Muta build. Uh-huh. It's a straight up Muta build. I mean, it's a good Muta. It's not like that's a bad thing. But it is a bit of a gamble. And, like, that would be an argument for it. Is if we're playing on a barcode. I'm still on about that, and I will be. Alright, so he's... So this is the moment of truth. I don't mind the Muta build, but now he's got a battlecruiser and he's got Thors. So the answer here, by the way, is Roach Corruptor. Roach is on the ground, and you mix in more if he's more focused on ground, and then Corruptors for the air. And we're scouting this on his side of the map, so we have plenty of time to react. It's not like it showed up at our front door, and now we have mutas, and now we're fucked. No amount of... No. You don't... We lost 3 more mutas to test if that battlecruiser would die. Even if it did. A battlecruiser costs 300 gas. How many mutas did we start with? And the gas is the moment we've seen tonight. Gas. We started with 11 mutas. Wow, look at him. Even leading with a muta in case of Widow Mines. He's willing to sacrifice one no matter what. Or I don't even know if that was intentional. We start with 11 mutas. We leave with how many mutas? We lost 600 gas of mutas to kill 2 SCVs. I think. That was it. So that was fucking stupid. As soon as you see the Thor in the back... Well, what are you supposed to do? What you do is when you see a Thor in a battlecruiser is you get the fuck out. Because you're not killing those. Even if he doesn't repair. And if you are killing them somehow, it's because either he doesn't micro... And by I mean he does micro, I guess. Maybe you get the battlecruiser? Probably not. But in no way is it like, let's see if the mutas can kill this BC. That was just 600 gas of stupid. They weren't going to kill them. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, muta players, there's 2 types of players who should play mutas. Those who think they should play mutas, and also Serral. Maybe DRG. Okay, there are a lot of good Zergs who can play mutas. If you're not above 5,000 MMR, I want you to look at the Spire, be inspired, and then build a fucking Hydra Den. That's what I want from you. I wouldn't mind the mutas if it was just a battlecruiser opener. Like, I could almost see the reasoning for building more mutas if you think it's just battlecruiser, because then you have potential to do damage. But in the first fucking fight, there was a Thor! Like, the mutas are not gonna find some opportunity after blocking out a battlecruiser. No, we just kept making more mutas, which is more gas and more minerals into things that, at best, will be ineffective, and at worst, just straight up fucking die.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
You got 4 bases. Why can't we just sit back and if he ever tries to take a force, smash him? Holy shit. Maybe I'll kill a Thor with all of my units. I don't know. Holy mother of what the actual fuckerino. Jesus fucking Zerg Christ. I mean, yeah, this game is being played like it's a low Grandmaster, like it's a mech player. You know how mech players get to Grandmaster? They let other players beat themselves. There are some solid mech players, but almost none of them are exclusively mech. Like, Cure plays mech, Maru will mix it in, TY plenty, but they're not exclusively mech. Exclusively mech players are there for you to beat yourself up against. Until eventually you're either exhausted, have brain damage, or lost so much they just walk across and win. But those are the type of players that thrive on Zergs just like this. If there weren't such a high percentage of Zergs, and to an extent Terran and Protoss, but mostly Zergs, that just decided, I need to attack. Why? Who the fuck knows? Then they would never get to the intimidating Grandmaster profile portrait. So what do you even do? Well, you don't lose all your units for one, because you've lost a lot of options when you lose all your units. If he ever tries to take a 4th base, maybe we pick a fight. But since we have map control and all these units, we can get 80 drones, 4 or 5 bases, and we can go up to Corruptor Broodlord with roaches for the ground. We can actually go to Hive Tech without losing 5 times his number of resources. And if he moves out, you just spam more roaches because you have a good economy to do so, and he's unlikely to be maxed out as quick as you, unless, by the way, caveat asterisk again, you fucking lose all your units. And of course, we have not enough Corruptors to kill battlecruisers because we invested in 17 mutas, which are now on a farm upstate. Yes, Vipers as well, none of which we can get with Lair Tech. Just Hive, I could just say Hive Tech, but somehow players like this would be like, so Ultras, I got it. Sure. If I could just get Adrenal Glands and Ultralisk, this game would already be over. $62 drones is not enough. The creep spread, impressive. The critical thinking is the exact opposite of the creep spread, I will say. This does seem like a robot trying to be a human. It's like, okay, I'm the AI. I do mid-game timing. All right. I have perfect mechanics. I have no plan now. I'm out of plan. That was 125 gas and 250 minerals for a Widow Mine. Not to mention however much we're gonna lose because we're building. You know what he didn't build? Was a single fucking Overseer. You might be like, well, he gets his base, he wants to get his base now, that's fine. Yeah, but he still hasn't built an Overseer. Like, at the very least, you have to build an Overseer and then do that because the Overseer takes too long. He has built 0 Overseer before or after that. He is the type of person who would do that and then still not build an Overseer. That's all I need to say. Like, of course I will continue talking, that's what I'm paid for, but that kind of summarizes this game. They're both barcodes. Both these players are barcodes, and thus I have no respect for whoever they might be. Especially the Diamond player. The GM, as a mech player, I can actually see that a little bit, because he's a bitch, total bitch, mech player. But that doesn't mean he's not good at it, it just means he's a fucking bitch. This game is 37 minutes long, which means that we're going to see a lot of Zergs die. Buckle up, buttercups! What are the resources lost? We're at 10k to 2. Okay, here's a last but not least subscriber opportunity. Zerg to Terran loss ratio. So right now the ratio is 4-1. Is it going to be at the end closer to 1, 1-1, 2-1, 3? We'll just 4, 5, and we're gonna round up. We're rounding up. Okay, we'll make it a little easier. Is it gonna be... One to one, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1. You guys don't understand how units lost work if you say 5, but if you are right, then Jesus. Well... Alright. 5, 4... Okay, people say 3. We're rounding up after the 0.5. I think that's a kind of a safe bet. Hello? Hello? Here's what I think. Is it back? So, recently, I forgot to actually disable my Windows updates because I updated for some reason a while ago. So it updated, and the first thing Windows tried to do was shove Microsoft Edge down my throat. And I said, no, please don't shove that down my throat, which I thought was fair. But... ever since that happened a couple days ago, my Chrome has been crashing and taking a lot of shit with it. So... that's a weird coincidence. And probably unrelated, but... we landed on 3 to 1. Yes. But... like, the fact that ever since the Windows update where they're like, no, check out Microsoft Edge, and also, Chrome sucks. Like, huh. Little fucking sus to me. My Chrome occasionally, like once every few weeks, would crash before, but it's happened like 7 times. Some off stream. 2 tonight. And that has taken, like, my computer just locks up during it. Which is not great. And thus why we're here now. But Edge is based on Chromium? Like, here's what I'm implying. There's some stupid-ass Windows malware that causes Chrome to just be a little more unstable. Somehow. More likely, some bug was introduced or something that incidentally affects Chrome exploding, or it's just something I did and is also coincidental. But who knows? What I'm saying is it wasn't an issue before, and it is now. And I'm annoyed. So now we're just trying to figure out how to lose all of the Zerg units. Are we still at... we're at +2, +1. How about we just do this? Like, the answer is Broodlord, Viper, Corruptor with some ground presence, and remembering upgrades exist. He's not doing that. He doesn't have a Greater Spire. He's building Banelings. He has no Vipers. And he's upgrading Melee with no Carapace. On top of, well, he finally got the dress. So, like, I'm done with it. It's over for me. Like, also, Infestors with Neuroparasite are on the table, but not Ravagerling Bane. 7 minutes ago, against Bio, Ravagerling Bane might have been okay. Against Mech, at any point, Ravagerling Bane is kind of shit. Let's go back to, you guys... anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 is what we're looking for. Is that nuke gonna land? Yeah, I probably just have to update shit. So indirectly fucked over my Chrome. That's what I'm saying. You know, if Google didn't own my life, I'd be more ready to switch browsers. But thankfully. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Unrelated. And leave a comment. Wake up! And also, I don't know how this part of the video is going to end up. It might just be the lost files. He's not mining the gas at the Rich Vespine base. Like, well, he needs minerals. Why does he need minerals? Because he keeps losing dozens of corruptors and roaches. You mean broodlords? No, I don't mean broodlords. I do not mean broodlords. I very vehemently do not mean, with great accuracy and precision, mean no broodlords whatsoever. Just to be clear. You can't just be like, well, I lost 40,000 resources and now I'm gonna make my spire great again. No, the time for broodlords was like 10 minutes ago. Now you need broodlords and or infestors and vipers because you've let him sit there being 3 times right now as cost effective. Brood isn't the answer to Thor's. Thus my point. It's the answer to Thor's when the Terran isn't maxed out with 7 planetaries. It's not the answer to Thor's after that. At that point, you're pretty much down to broodlords plus neural parasites, so that way you can take the Thor's, because the only thing to beat the Thor's is the Thor's. Yeah, but like, if he hasn't gone broodlords for 23 minutes of this pain, I think it's 564. I know that's not a way to count it, but like 564 units lost to 79. The units lost doesn't reflect much better. No, not swarm hosts. Almost never swarm hosts, just because of how much actual micro they take. In order to not lose them and make them useless anyways. Oh my god. Wow, I didn't think you could lose that many corruptors to liberators. That was impressive. Like, I have never seen that many corruptors die to liberators since they were nerfed, like, 6 months after they came out because they did too much damage to corruptors. Like, at some point, liberators did so much anti-air, the answer to both air and ground was just build more liberators. And you had to build some other units to kill buildings, but that's about it. They did like 3 times as much and did flat damage instead of extra to light. Like, what is even killing that base get you? We're actually at the end game where there's no more resources, so there's no point in killing. So the only bases that matter are the ones still with minerals, which the Terran understands. Oh my god. You asked for an instant replay. There you go. Yes, corruptors counter liberators. Unless the corruptors are all stacked up with anti-armor missile. You guys might have actually, like, I thought 3 was a safe bet. I thought 3 was good. I thought 3 was where I would have voted 3. But we're heading well towards 4 on the ratio right now. Bibs don't do bonus to light. I don't know, I don't use them for anti-air. Yeah, you're right. They don't do a bonus to light. I just assume they did. I guess all they actually kill is light units because they usually have way less HP or stack up. That's my bad. I think that's strike 3 for me. For alternative facts. I vote 4? Well, that's congratulations. You get nothing. 4 was 4-to-1 ratio. That was what 4 was. 3 was 3-to-1 ratio. That won. You're like, but it only got 38%. Well, fuck you. That's how it works.
Good. Now I have your attention.
New subscriber.
It's very impressive. I'm impressed. He's really maximizing his losses. Though, it is drawing a little closer as we go to the supreme late game. Nice, by the way.
New subscriber detected.
No, the Terran isn't so much playing with him as like the Terran just essentially isn't attacking, pretty close to not attacking. So it's gonna be close. Right now, it is 2-to-1. He's gonna have to. I don't even think the problem is I don't think the Zerg has enough resources left.
Is that all?
I don't think he has enough resources left to bring this to 3-to-1, even if he just lost everything. Has he built a Broodlord? Like, I think we may have tilted over. It's just so hard to get to 3-to-1. I thought units too? Well, you're an idiot. If you thought it was units lost as opposed to resources, well, you don't understand how fucking numbers work, and you deserve to not be right. He built one Broodlord, but it didn't work, did it? So therefore, 100% of his Broodlords didn't help him win the game. He's 5-to-1 on units lost? Yeah, no shit. When one player's making 6 supply battlecruisers and another's making half supply Zerglings, that happens. A BM mule? No! He's actually mining the only minerals left. He's essentially mined out the rest of the map. He's actually using that to mine. Though the Terran doesn't necessarily realize exactly how far ahead he is. He's a dumb barcode mech player, but... At the very least, he's denying minerals. Those minerals just disappear from the map, by the way. The mules die, the minerals are gone forever. So there are like several thousand minerals in limbo right now, in purgatory. He's actually dipping. That's not okay. So at this stage of the game is when you can no longer win and you have to fight to not lose. We kind of expedited it by both players maximizing their losses or gains. Usually it takes like 50 minutes to get here. That usually means fighting over whatever tiny amount of... Like, fighting your opponent, just for those of you who have a brain and aren't diamond barcodes, fighting here no longer matters. There's nothing meaningful to be gained from fighting at a base that no longer has essentially any minerals and 0 gas. There's only 2 locations-ish, maybe just 1 left on the map that has any point. So fighting in any other location is inherently just fucking dumb, but so has this entire game been. I don't blame the Terran. I hate the Terran. I do not appreciate the way he plays, but it is effective, and he's playing it well. The Zerg, on the other hand, is playing into the Terran's hand. Let's put it that way. Killing production is pointless. So, okay, let me do some math here. Let me do some math. All right. Like, okay, so if he kills, let's say, starport, let's say 3 starports, that's 450, 300, and then let's give it two factors. That's another, let's add that on. So total is, let's say, that's 700, that's 850, and 500. And now, to get all those kills, which, like, that's a lot of kills. That's a sizable amount of units. If you lose fucking 4,000 army value, what is more? What is more? Also, does he need to rebuild units? Does that fucking matter? That production is less than... you could build fucking 3 starports for the goddamn cost of a battlecruiser. I don't know how much production is gonna factor in. Either he builds 3 starports or he builds another... If he has 1 starport, he can build a battlecruiser. It's like, what about the fusion core? The fusion core also cheaper than the battlecruiser.
GG.
Well, that was super painful. You guys were all wrong. The ending number was 91,000. So that was 2.05 or more. So 1,200, 6 to 1, by the way. So on units lost, but that doesn't make any sense. Because that's not how it works. Slightly over 2. I voted 2. Well, good for you. Fuck that shit. Show us game 5. He's still holding on to game 5. Well, L, whatever you're doing in your life, I hope it makes you happy. Because that shouldn't. Shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
That's how it ends. Started off pretty good. Bunch of textbook Terrans. A bunch of cloud-based donkey zergs. And a bunch of Protoss who are just happy to be here. I hope you enjoyed this Angry Coach Marathon. I hope you tune in again. You like, subscribe, all that bullshit. Thank you to our Google overlords. And our Amazon overlords and all that. Thank you for watching. Good luck. And have fun.